Hey, T-shirt bars. I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you. Thank you, T-shirt bars. Come on in. Naturally Norlands, hey. I wanna thank you. Come on in. I wanna thank you. I've been having system issues. Bear with me. I wanna thank you. Hey, T-Sippers. Hey, Miss Tom. Hey, Dorothy. Ooh, hey, Samantha. Hey, Cynthia. Hey, y'all. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. How have you been? Woo, I owe all of you guys a thank you for helping me reach that milestone of 50K. Woo, Lord. What's that? It's been what he said, long time coming, but I know most subs gonna come. Oh, yes it is. Yes, indeed, honey. Yes, indeed. Woo! I ain't gonna know how to act when I get 100K. Lord have mercy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So listen. We're gonna talk about Candace. Look like there has been a, we gotta take our victories when we get them. You know what I mean? And it looks like the judge has answered some of our prayers in regards to Ghislaine Maxwell. Let's check it out because the judge said, oh yeah, you gotta release your all the court documents, everything pertaining to the court information with Ghislaine Maxwell. Amen. Amen. That's a victory. So we're going to start there, and then we're going to go to Candace with her discovery. I'm not sure who she spoke with that gave her aha moment with the human trafficking, along with, I don't know what else they gave her, but she brought that up yesterday. We kind of been knowing that, but hey, I guess the dots really connected. So it says secret Ghislaine deal revealed. So we're going to start there. Is that all right with y'all? Is that all right? Is that all right? Okay. So before I jump into that, y'all remember that eye patch stuff I showed y'all last night? Baby. Baby. When I tell you, my eyes was rolling. As soon as I put that thing on, and closed my eyes, I felt like I think I was talking to myself. I think I was saying, oh Lord. Oh my God. I felt like I could feel my eyes rolling like in tranquil. You know what I mean? Yeah, baby. I started rolling my eyes with that thing on my face. Covering my eyes, and that slight warmness put my eyes like almost like in hog heaven. All I need now is my heavy blanket that I supposed to have been giving to my mama as a gift. I'm gonna have to give. I said, Lord, I think I'm on to something. I think I may at our Christmas little dinner, I think I may hand it out for everybody to at least have one good night of sleep. You know what I'm saying? Oh, good stuff. Can you show it again? Oh my God, it was. Whoo! Oh my God. They call steam. Yeah, I might as well go and take this one out because I'm definitely going to sleep with it tonight. I don't know. I don't know if I know how to describe the feeling, but it was definitely tranquil, and I definitely was O-U-T out. Let me show you. Oh, good stuff. It was, oh my God. Let me turn this around, because I don't think you'll be able to see it. That's the one I got. Instant relief for tired eyes. And it stays warm for 20 to 30 minutes. And I was out. Indulge in a soothing lavender. I didn't smell the lavender. I mean, I don't know about the lavender. But if that was a part of the tranquil, I definitely received that, baby, because who eyes was rolling, I could feel them rolling, and then I just remember being out, and it was a box of 20. It was a box of 20. Okay. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, let's hear this. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, please. Oh, y'all, please indulge yourself. And I don't think they were very expensive for 20. I think it may have been $10. But I definitely, at our dinner, our family little hangout for Christmas, I think I'm gonna give everybody one. Yeah. Yeah. In my cart, yes indeed, Haunted, yes indeed. I don't know. It was just the brand that they, when I ordered it, that's what they offered. And I thought, to try it, to see, but there are different brands. And I was just, I saw, I think Yahoo had them. So when I Googled them, I just went in and was trying to look at them and to see what they was about, to see if they really was warm. And so really, I was going probably for, the least expensive, not knowing anything about it, and that's just the one I selected. Oh, it was awesome. Amazon $5.99, 7 cents. How many? Because I think I looked at Amazon, but how much? $5.99 for how many in the box? Miss Tong, because it was 20. Pretty nice size box. I met my family here. I think I paid 10 or maybe $9.99 for 20. Okay, so let's listen. It says newly released documents exposed cover up. Okay, yeah, so I guess that'll be about the same if you want to try more than one that I messed. Oh my God. Yeah, 20 for $9.99. That's what I paid. And y'all know I've been dealing with eye problems, and I think I had a allergy or whatever one of those days when I was eating some stuff and my eye started itching, and oh my goodness. And when I woke up, it was doing its own thing. I kept putting drops in it. So they were definitely tired. Believe that. And baby, today is a new day. And I'm going to try it again tonight. Okay, let's listen.
Because it was just exposed today by a judge releasing new information. Donald Trump really thought he could just get us to move on from the Epstein files, that pretending that he was in favor of transparency, signing a bill to force their release, and of course then allowing Pam Bondi to put as many obstacles in place would satisfy us, that we would just forget. But we are not going to, because we know a cover-up is ongoing, because it was just exposed today by a judge releasing new information about Ghislaine Maxwell's criminality that exposes the cover-up that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi are engaged in, and why she is getting the 5-star prison treatment right now. We are going to get into it all in this shocking breaking news that is ending Trump. But before we do, if I can quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, and if you haven't already and you enjoy our channel, to hit that subscribe button, because it goes a long way in supporting our work. Now, before we get into Donald Trump's insane reactions to this breaking Epstein news, of course, the news itself, we have to start with how Donald Trump is panicking around those who will call out his Epstein cover-up, and that begins with his attack on Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I've watched stupid people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, or some people call her Taylor Greene, some people call her Taylor Brown, because green sometimes turns to brown, which isn't nice.
Well, hell,
but I've watched her
you
say
orange and bronze.
He spends too much time on foreign. Well, by doing that, and first of all, it doesn't take a lot of time. I made one trip. I brought back trillions of dollars on that one trip.
Line ass.
I stopped in Japan. I stopped in South Korea. I met with President Xi and ended.
You went to the Middle East. I was on that trip with you.
Went to the Middle East. I brought back $3 trillion from the Middle East. I sold many Boeing airplanes on that trip, like 300. When I go on a trip, I only have one place in mind. It's the United States. So when people with low IQs like Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's a low
IQ. Well, now see, his eyes don't look as what is it? Reptilian. Here, they don't look that bad, but baby, them other ones. Ooh wee. Y'all still here? Can y'all still hear me? Am I buffing? Can y'all still hear me? Hello? Oh, okay.
IQ person. When she says it's too, but she was a loyal person until I wasn't able to answer her phone calls because I'm just too busy to answer people's phone calls. You can't call me 3 times a day. And
I stopped acting like somebody wanted to.
Over 200 congressmen, 53 senators, 212 countries. All of these people are calling, and a family.
Donald Trump is now pretending that he's upset with Marjorie Taylor Greene because she hasn't given him enough credit on all of his foreign policy wins, of which I'm unsure there were any. I didn't know that. You're kind of letting me know now. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, for as little credit as I like to give her, did diagnose correctly that Donald Trump is obsessed with a sort of fake foreign policy. The reason he likes to go abroad, the reason he likes to have these conversations as world leaders, they feel like they have to, or Donald Trump will threaten them with the gangster state that he runs. They bring him crowns, they treat him nicely, they give him gifts, maybe buy him a Big Mac. And so Donald Trump loves going abroad. He can do his little stupid dance, everyone is forced to clap for him, and he thinks it's a swell time. If Donald Trump was focused on economic issues and issues domestically, it wouldn't improve our economy or our country. Donald Trump would still fuck that up. But Marjorie Taylor Greene is right. That is what Donald Trump's obsession has been largely, because he doesn't want to spend time in America talking about Epstein. And it's why he's threatened Marjorie Taylor Greene so much. And she this morning responded.
To be precise, in addition to what we just heard there, President Trump posted yesterday that you are, quote, and I'm quoting him now, not America first or MAGA, and your, quote, new views are those of a very dumb person. That's the President of the United States speaking about
wow.
you. Speaking about you. What's your response to these latest attacks?
Well, actually, Wolf, I feel very sorry for President Trump. I genuinely do. It has to be a hard place for someone that is constantly so hateful and puts so much vitriol, name calling, and really tells lies about people in order to try to get his way or win some kind of fight. And I think that's exactly what's wrong in America today. That's what's wrong in this toxic political environment that has ripped our country apart. And I personally think that that's poor leadership from a president. It's a very bad demeanor, and Americans are very tired of it.
I still struggle to feel sympathy for someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who spent her entire time in politics, raising the political climate, threatening people with political violence through her own means, and now that Donald Trump has turned on her, she gets all victim complexy, and now we got to feel bad for Marjorie Taylor Greene, even though she hasn't called out any of Donald Trump's recent threats against Democrats. It's a little, it's not really believable to me recently. But Marjorie Taylor Greene at least is bringing attention to the fact that Donald Trump is
that better?
And he should be, because this new news about Ghislaine Maxwell, it's a bombshell, and it is what Donald Trump thought that he could get away with.
Ooh,
now he can't.
You're so spoiled.
Just in, judge
Mr.
orders release of Ghislaine Maxwell grand jury records and scolds DOJ over treatment of victims. A federal judge in New York scolded the Department of Justice over its treatment of victims while ordering the release of grand jury materials tied to Jeffrey Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell on Tuesday. The motion to unlock the files was submitted last month by Attorney General Pam Bondi, who asked the judge to move quickly with a ruling before the deadline imposed by the Epstein Files Transparency Act. The judge ruled on Tuesday that the documents must be unsealed, but not before chastising federal prosecutors for what he described as disregard for the women at the center of the case.
Yes.
Maxwell, serving a 20-year sentence for recruiting and grooming girls for Epstein, did not oppose the move, though her lawyers warned that releasing grand jury files could undermine her efforts to secure a new trial. Victims had urged the court to allow public access while insisting that their identities be protected.
Sorry.
The judge said their concerns regrettably have a basis in fact, citing the Justice Department's failure to notify them before pushing for disclosure. DOJ, although paying lip service to Maxwell and Epstein's victims, has not treated them with the respect they deserve.
Absolutely.
The judge added that prosecutors had misled victims and the public at large by implying the materials were critical to government transparency, even though they would not add to public knowledge. Trump last month approved a congressional measure forcing the DOJ to release its Epstein files by December 19th. Though those do not include grand jury evidence. Judges in Florida and New York are now weighing similar requests to unlock material from previously failed cases against the disgraced financier.
Ooh-wee. It's coming out. Y'all hit the like button.
Now, as this judge is stating, we know that Pam Bondi's public position is much different than what she actually wants, and she does not want judges to continue to release this grand jury evidence. Pam Bondi wants every excuse possible, the same is true of Kash Patel, to say, well, investigations are ongoing. The judges are blocking this. The judges are standing in the way. Because it's funny, they say that whenever a judge has stood in the way of Donald Trump deciding that he can launch basically an ethnic cleansing in America. He's targeting people just on their race alone and deciding who's going to be removed from this country. Doesn't care any level of documentation you have. Donald Trump will pick you up and ship you out. When it is undergoing a racist deportation effort, Donald Trump says judges who stand in his way should be impeached. They got to get out of here. But when it's Epstein files, when it's more information on his buddy, Donald Trump goes, out of our hands. What are we going to do? It's a judge, and we respect them so much. Again, you stand in the way of Donald Trump's tariffs, his racism, any other part of his criminal agenda, it's you should be impeached and removed, and we need to stick our goons on you. But when it's Epstein info, they're like,
don't forget, thumbs up. Yeah, please double tap.
Yeah, we can't disagree with the judge. You don't expect us to do that, do you? Come on. We love the law. We love the law. But they don't. And we know that. And this information is important. These newly released files, this grand jury evidence is important as another step in bringing more transparency and eliminating excuses for Pam Bondi to say, well, that's out of my control. Because it's not. And we know that, Pam. The scathing rebuke by the judge just goes further to show the cover-up that everyone in this administration has been a part of. That everyone in this administration is complicit in. That everyone in this administration should face accountability for. It is continuing to change the public narrative and put pressure on Donald Trump in a way that he just can't stop us from fighting for transparency. It's not going to happen, especially when we have members of Congress like Ro Khanna continuing to call out Donald Trump. He spoke with Lawrence O'Donnell last night. What he said about Marjorie Taylor Greene was a little different than how I feel, but I think different perspectives are important. Of course, I got a lot of respect for Ro, so I want to hear his.
There are parts of Marjorie Taylor Greene that I strongly disagree with, but she acted honorably in every instance when it comes to these survivors, and she was moved by the survivors, and it's no doubt in my mind that she was not calculating something about what am I going to run or on the future. She was moved. I mean, you cannot hear these survivors and not be affected. The only person I know who wasn't affected after hearing this was Speaker Johnson. I mean, most people, Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene, after hearing them, said, this is outrageous what has happened.
So the law you passed through that discharge petition that Marjorie Taylor Greene helped you get through the House is now being cited by federal judge. Federal judge in Florida says, I am releasing grand jury transcripts, which we don't normally do, but I'm doing it because the law that you passed requires him to do it.
Running young person watched Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene, after hearing them, said, this is outrageous what has happened.
So the law you passed through that discharge petition that Marjorie Taylor Greene through the House is now being cited by federal judge. Federal judge in Florida says, I am releasing grand jury transcripts, which we don't normally do, but I'm doing it because the law that you passed requires him to do it.
Running young person watching, this is why you want to go into politics. Sometimes it actually matters being in Congress. The law that we passed with Thomas Massey says you have to release the files. A Trump-appointed judge who said he wasn't releasing the files is now releasing the files. And Lawrence, I have to say this anytime I come to your set, we would not have achieved this law if it weren't for me being on your show, because your producer, who booked Bradley Edwards, he introduced us to the survivors, and the credit goes to those survivors. That's why Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't get off the discharge petition. That's why Nancy Mace didn't. So sometimes journalism and people in Congress actually can make a difference.
Yeah, you were on the program immediately after the lawyer told us in that segment that if you subpoena the Epstein estate, you'll actually be able to get a lot of this material. You heard that idea and you took it to Congress, and here we are. So the clock is running. How much time does the Attorney General have to hand over these files?
December 19th is when the files have to come out. Now we see that judges are listening to Congress. And the question is, where will Pam Bondi be? Will she actually follow the law? And there are a lot of people who work for her who need to follow the law. But Massey and I are not going to quit. I mean, we will get some release, and then we're going to continue to push to make sure that we get the full release. It's about the survivors.
So does that mean you are expecting that Donald Trump will not release all of the Epstein files?
That's probably, if I was a betting person, my expectation. Look, I'm not counting on Donald Trump obeying the law.
Nope.
I do think
he don't know how to do right.
I think the fact that the judge has ordered some of these files to be released, we'll get something, but we need to be vigilant. We need to continue to push till we get everything.
As the committee gets more material, how are the decisions made about what gets released? Like we got those photographs last week of
he don't know how to do that.
And what is the decision-making process that goes into those releases?
On the Democratic side, we want to get as much released as fast as possible. We want to get it out there. But what we want to make sure, though, is that it's comprehensive and that there's some explanation. So when it comes to the financial issues, we want our lawyers to go through that and then release it. But
Donald Trump is so clearly panicked right now, which is why we need to apply more pressure than ever.
Yeah, that's why he clowning people. He act like he hate women.
Subscribe button, leave a like on this video. If you stuck around to the end, drop a blue heart.
It sound like he be going at women like he hate them. Well, stop touching on them. Keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands on the pickles. If you don't like women, you know what I mean? Yeah. Keep your hand out of the cookie jar and keep them in the pickle jar, since you tend to like pickles. Yeah, you was all over Bill Bubba's pickle. I mean, woo, you went in like on your knees begging you, please, please, let me taste this pickle. I heard it was big and juicy. Oh my God, I gotta taste this thing. Thank you, Southern Flowers.
Into the sex trafficking investigation of Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Miss Tom.
Request to release materials related to her criminal case. That means we could see grand jury transcripts and other investigative materials, which could to the sex trafficking investigation of Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. A federal judge today granting the Justice Department's request to release materials related to her criminal case. That means we could see
no special
grand jury
privileges.
transcripts and other investigative materials, which could all amount to thousands of previously unreleased documents. The order also puts a protocol in place to protect Jeffrey Epstein's victims. Our Washington Bureau.
Thank you, Southern Queen.
Is here now. So what's in the materials exactly? Do we know? And I guess how soon could we see them?
Well, it's a good question. How soon could we see those? Is DOJ going to file anything else in court, for example? But remember, this judge previously said these materials couldn't be released. Now, this was before Trump had signed the Epstein Transparency Act. The judge in the order is indicating that's why he believes they should be released.
No, I ain't.
These materials, despite us not seeing entirely what's under seal, but much of this information, we're told, that's in these materials has been known and likely came out during Maxwell's trial. So it's not those documents, Kira, that we've been talking about that the Justice Department has been withholding specifically as it relates to a lot of the material that people want to see.
Yeah, but it's going to show that she lied.
Material that we already knew, for example. Not that we've necessarily seen, but information that we've already known. Some of it we may have seen that's already come out in court. It's just been obviously under seal, behind a protective order, if you will, because it's grand jury material. So we'll see when this comes out. But of course, this is happening all with that backdrop of DOJ having that deadline of later this month to release all of those other documents that they have in their possession.
So the Justice Department is also facing this deadline to release.
There's no line reptilian here.
Jeffrey Epstein. Do we have an update on when that could be?
It's a good question. December 19th is when that 30-day marker is up. Since Trump signs that act to when DOJ has until to release those. Now, we don't necessarily know what's going on behind the scenes other than the fact that lawyers and prosecutors, for example, are going through these materials, seeing if any.
So, Genevieve, you like predators, PDFers? You're okay with people who take advantage of kids? Genevieve? You're okay with that? That's an integrity question. You think that our president of the United States should have 34 convicted felonies for triple X charges on a female, and then on top of that, of the kids? Well, he was found guilty from jurors of his peers. Was he not found guilty, Genevieve? Was he not found guilty? Okay, get out. Dismissed? It has not been dismissed on appeals. He got to pay that $84 million. Have you been listening with your good ears? Are you a freak hoe too? You like playing with kids? Yeah, bye. Get out. Get out. Don't come back. Y'all say bye to Genevieve. She's a PDFer. Heifer. She's a PDFer heifer. Yeah. Oh no. She one of the ones that would have given. Hi, Clear Pearl. Thank you for the Sundays. Thank you for the Sunday. Congratulations. Thank you, Naturally Norlands. Oh, did I get 2 Sundays? Naturally Norlands sent me a Sunday too. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I would not be here without you, T-Sippers. I greatly appreciate it. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah. Let's go. I stand with trouble. You go to the pickle aisle. Get it gone.
Thing needs to be redacted, but the big question is, will the Department of Justice...
Now, what did I miss going in on her?
We don't necessarily know what's going on behind the scenes, other than the fact that lawyers and prosecutors, for example, are going through these materials, seeing if anything needs to be redacted. But the big question is, will the Department of Justice try and withhold some of these documents they have in their possession? If you look at the fine text of the Act, it says, for example, that if there's an ongoing investigation, that some of those materials don't have to be released. Do Justice Department officials use that as an excuse potentially to not release all the information in their possession? We don't know. I know, at least from talking to sources, that behind the scenes it doesn't seem like they've necessarily figured out exactly what they're going to do, but they have.
Yeah, they still looking for a way to get out of it.
Will comply.
Ooh, look at that reptilian there.
And that 30-day deadline, which, Kira, again, is December 19th. So we'll see.
All right, Catherine Falders, thank you.
Let the deadline come and release the stuff, girl. It ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. I can tell you that now. He may be Trump waking nightmare. I'm gonna see if I'm in a couple of one more that says something different, and then we moving on, boo boo. Yeah, we sick of that. Hold on. I'm trying to see how it's showing me. I don't. Something must be playing that I don't know playing. Hold on. Look like biceps and extensions. And some boobies. Let me see this one.
Our breaking news just coming in to CNN right now. A federal judge in New York has just granted the U.S. Justice Department's request to unseal records from the investigation and criminal prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell, Maxwell, of course, was an associate of Jeffrey Epstein. The ruling opens the door for the department to publicly release evidence it had gathered against Maxwell. The trove of documents includes grand jury transcripts, financial records, travel documents, and notes from victim interviews obtained during the investigations. We're just getting Ellie Honig in to give us some legal analysis right now on this Justice Department decision to release a whole bunch of documents involving Ghislaine Maxwell, the woman who was involved with Epstein, as all of us know. What's your sense? When are these documents going to be released, and how significant are they?
Well, so these are the grand jury materials that relate to the Justice Department through the Southern District of New York's prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell, which happened primarily in 2020. Now, DOJ had gone to this judge, Judge Paul Engelmeyer, before, a few months ago, and asked for permission to unseal the grand jury materials. At that time, the judge denied the request because grand jury materials are ordinarily supposed to be confidential, and the judge said, I don't see any compelling reason why we need to change that. Now, what has changed, however, is that Congress has passed and the president has signed this Epstein Files Transparency Act, which essentially overrides the normal concerns about grand jury confidentiality. So the judge today has said, well, in light of this law that's been passed, I now order that the grand jury materials should be released. Now, as to what's in them, we have a little bit of a clue, Wolf, because when Judge Engelmeyer denied the initial request a few months ago, he said essentially there's really not much that's new in these files.
She's very disgusting. In a real prison, I agree.
The indictment of Ghislaine Maxwell, through her extensive trial, through the briefs that the parties submitted, through the evidence at the trial. So I don't think we should expect, based on that, to see anything brand new and shocking. But what we will see is what evidence did prosecutors put in front of the grand jury? What testimony did this FBI agent give around the case? It'll give us some more visibility into how the Maxwell case happened.
And I just want to be precise and correct. This was a federal judge who ordered the release of these documents, not the Justice Department. Ellie, is the Justice Department clearly going to obey what this federal judge has just ordered?
Oh, for sure. Yes. So prosecutors do not have the ability to release grand jury materials on their own. The process is, in the rare instance where a prosecutor, DOJ, is seeking to release grand jury materials, you have to go back to the judge and get special permission. The judge, Engelmeyer, has now ordered that, yes, DOJ, you can and must release those documents. DOJ has to. The law that was passed a few weeks ago requires DOJ to do this. The judge has now signed off, so everything is now in place. Those materials will be released. As to the when, Wolf, the law that was passed gave DOJ 30 days to release the Epstein materials. Day 30 is this coming Friday, which would be December 19th. So presumably DOJ, if they follow the law, will make at least the first bulk of those public disclosures. We can change from today. December 19th is sort of the key day to watch.
All right, stand by, Elliot. Caitlin Polance has been doing a lot of reporting on all of this. What do we anticipate, Caitlin? How significant will these documents be?
Well, Wolf and Pam, one of the things that Ellie just said is that this judge, Judge Paul Engelmeyer in the Southern District of New York, he has already looked at these documents once. This is the second time around where the Justice Department has come to him and asked for the unsealing of these records. And the first time he looked at them and said, not much is here that isn't out there already publicly,
and
because these
what
are
she
the grand
didn't
jury
want us to see, right?
From the federal criminal case against Ghislaine Maxwell, who did ultimately go to trial and was convicted. And so much of what may be in this material are the types of things that would have come out at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, things like financial records, travel documents. Those are the things that are specified in the court order today as what may be in these grand jury records. We do know, though, another important point that the judge indicates here in this order this morning, saying, yeah, now that Congress has passed a law, we can unseal these grand jury records, even though you asked once before and the judge said no. In this round, whenever these grand jury records come out, the judge says that there will need to be some redactions made here to protect victim privacy, specifically information about victims and personally identifiable information. So this is the Justice Department taking a step forward, going back to the court now that Congress has passed that act of transparency to release the Epstein files. the Justice Department going to court and getting some of the bulk of the records, but this is by no means what everybody has wanted to see, which is the full FBI file. This is just what's in the hands of the court and what is very likely already largely out there.
Okay, I got one more. I want to see what he got to say. He's an attorney. Let me see. Oh, a bribery? That's something different. Trump. Okay, let me see him.
Fairness say they don't indict, and we have major legal developments tonight, and they look like this, and I'm going to walk you right through them. These are two separate cases where two judges have ruled for major Epstein transparency and basically changed what is longstanding precedent on what materials you release from criminal probes. I'm going to walk you through it here in plain English. The big development today is one of these cases, a judge granting a motion to release sensitive Epstein records, specifically to unseal what are grand jury records in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. Now that mirrors another ruling, and I'll tell you about that as well. But if this sounds like a huge change, it is. If you think back to every case you've ever looked into, maybe you're a true crime Whitey Bulger fan, maybe you remember the Mueller probe, grand jury materials are protected by Rule 6, which is one of those sort of long-standing rules of the federal court system. And the reason the grand jury materials are usually secret is because, unlike, say, an open trial where the government is presenting certain evidence, this is a private process designed to decide whether you get to trial or not. And for many reasons of fairness, say they don't indict and move forward, you don't just release everything they ever talked about. It could affect people's lives or careers. That's generally the baseline. But there is a new law in town. It's called the Epstein Files Transparency Act. You probably recall it because it was passed over the objections of Donald Trump all year. Then at the end, he claimed he was for it. He was forced into signing it. Republicans bucked him. And that law now requires the release of a ton of different types of Epstein material, colloquially referred to as the Epstein files, this month, by December 19th. So this new ruling responds to that law, and it comes just after another judge agreed in another case that also...
Okay. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? I'm sorry, I had to take that.
Material, colloquially referred to as the Epstein files, this month by December 19th. So this new ruling responds to that law, and it comes just after another judge agreed in another case that also involves Epstein in Florida. Remember there was that earlier Epstein case down there? So a Florida judge down there orders those Epstein grand jury records to also be released by the same logic. Now, this may sound like one of these legal weeds type things, but I want to point out a couple points on this with you. Number one, this is why the government, Congress, still has these vast powers. Sometimes we watch Congress and feel like they're not doing much or they're only fighting. But because of the push that we follow, the survivors, Ro Khanna, Republican Massey, and then winning over the objections of even the House Speaker, they passed this new law, the Epstein Transparency Act. And so number one, new laws can change everything. Judges who literally last month were like, hey, you know we can't release grand jury materials, they're always secret, today are saying, if you read the law, if you read the ruling, well, there's this new law and it says release everything, and this applies to everything. Number two, we've heard a lot about whether the Trump DOJ will try to play games or hold back materials. But I want to point something out. And maybe people who think everything Trump does is wrong will have to face some cognitive dissonance. But this is coming because the Trump DOJ asked to release the materials. This is not from some critical group or survivors class action lawsuit. This is Pam Bondi's DOJ, only under pressure, of course, as you know, but the pressure worked. Both these rulings will release new Epstein files and Maxwell files from previously secret grand jury materials because the DOJ was pushed into asking for it. That leads me to point three, which is everyone's watching to see if they play games going up to December 19th. On these grand jury materials, it would appear that rather than playing games, they're trying to get the files out. They invoke the new law and ask the judges to let them release it, and that's where we're headed. So that's pretty interesting, because if they later play games, say if Pam Bondi says, oh, we're going to redact everything, well, look what you have. New rulings from these judges saying, no, you got to release this stuff because of the new law. So that would be bad for anyone trying to hide too much in the future. Now, one judge did criticize Bondi's DOJ, saying that while they paid lip service to Maxwell and Epstein's victims, they have not treated them, the victims, with the solicitude they deserve. Now, that's a point separate from the transparency I mentioned and refers to many past problems, which I'm not going to get into all right now, about why the judge says the DOJ has basically failed victims under Trump. Now, the House Oversight Committee also has been releasing those new images and videos from Epstein's Island, and they say more material will come, including important bank records. Donald Trump has found this was an issue he could not spin or outrun, and his base remains interested in whether he complies with this law, which they know he was forced to sign. And Congresswoman MTG, Trump over this and other issues, ultimately resigning, made some pretty interesting new remarks about the Epstein back and forth with Trump in her 60 Minutes interview.
We did talk about the Epstein files, and he was extremely angry at me that I had signed the discharge petition. He said that it was going to hurt people. I had asked him, these women are the ones that were hurt. He said to you, people will get hurt. People will get hurt. I don't know what that means. I don't know who they are.
MTG calling out what she basically implies was Donald Trump aggrandizing or threatening. If he really thought people would get hurt by this, and he really cared, he could have vetoed that bill. He could have fought it to the end. He seemed to more go with the wins when he saw that he'd lost. Now, everything I'm telling you is about how these cases work and how so far the pressure is working on the Trump DOJ to get more Epstein transparency. What is in the grand jury materials? Nobody knows. They're secret. I have seen some folks online, maybe they're just podcasters or not formal journalists or lawyers, and they've made claims about what's in there, or that there's going to be big stuff in there. But the truth is they don't know either. So you should always be a little wary of people promising you details on something they haven't read or seen. Interestingly, the judge did tamp down expectations in one of these cases, saying the grand jury materials would actually not reveal new information of any consequence. That is striking, and whether that's true for both cases or why the judge thinks that or whether everyone will agree remains to be seen, but the deadline is coming.
Here I come. Here I come. Hold on. Okay, let's get to it.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have a special one today in that you just came back from arguing in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. This is the 5th time that you've argued in front of the Supreme Court in your career. So first and foremost, can you tell us what this case was about and what your takeaway was from the argument?
Yeah, so this is a really important campaign finance case. I've said this before, maps are important to who wins elections, but so is money. And the rules of how we finance our elections, they matter. It matters not just to public confidence in elections, it matters not just to prevent corruption in elections, but it matters to winning and losing. And the Republican Party has been waging a war on our campaign finance system for decades that hasn't gotten enough attention. So this case involves a challenge by the Republican House and Senate committee, as well as Vice President J.D. Vance, adding a little.
Okay, I'm sorry, yeah. I'm not into that right now. Okay, let's get to Candace. Let's get to Candace. Let's get to Candace. She said that she got some very revealing news. Everybody, Paramount tactical debunks Candace Owens. Oh yeah, y'all looking for a reason.
There are sort of smoking guns. All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. Where to begin? Well, in the final days leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination, Charlie was pretty busy, right? He went on a first-time trip to Asia, quite a quick trip, at least a quick turnaround to go first to Korea for a couple of days and then off to Japan. And honestly, if I was a conspiracy theorist, and I kind of am one, I might think at this stage that the timing of that trip might have been intentional because something was going on back home they didn't want him to see. Well, what I'm about to tell you guys today is going to positively blow your mind. I just cannot.
Can y'all hear me now?
A first-time trip to Asia, quite a quick trip,
Yeah, I'm having system issues.
To go first to Korea for a couple of days and then off to Japan. And honestly, if I was a conspiracy theorist, and I kind of am one, I might think.
Is it because my TV over there is spinning? Am I spinning? Am I spinning? Am I buffing?
Because something was going on back home they didn't want him to see. Well, what I'm about to tell you guys today is going to positively blow your mind. I just cannot see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination, but I'm just going to deliver the facts and see where they land. Welcome back to Candace.
Thank you.
I am just going to tell you guys exactly how everything came about, everything that I'm about to deliver to you. Yesterday was a holy day of obligation in the Catholic Church. It was the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. A day of obligation means that a day in which you are required to attend Mass outside of, obviously, typically Sundays. And so as soon as we concluded this podcast, grabbed my jacket, and I ran out the door, okay? And as I was sitting through Mass, deciding, I guess, what was on my mind to pray about, for whatever reason, got on my knees, and I was not expecting this to come out, but I just focused my prayer on wanting something to be delivered to me, a piece of evidence that would help us put together the full picture of this assassination. Obviously, we all know that what we are being told is not true. We all know that nothing that we have been presented with makes any practical sense. But there are sort of smoking guns in this that are missing, right? It's one thing to point out all the lies, but we need to also have solid, concrete proof of something that took place that was out of the ordinary in the days leading up, maybe, I don't know, a planning session. Well, I got back home after this very intentional prayer and did my routine, had a very late dinner, Went up and said goodnight to the kids, got myself ready for bed, sat in bed, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to open the tips box. And I kid you not when I say that it was the very first email that I saw, the very first email that I opened up. And it really didn't have any details. It was a young woman, and she said, "You really should call my friend. It is absolutely urgent, and he has information that you need to hear." And don't tell me why. I don't know what came over me, but maybe it was this intentional prayer. I said, I'm just going to call him right now. 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes after this email hit my inbox, I was calling this person and I had no idea what it was going to lead to, whether it was going to be a totally insane person or whether or not it was going to be a very swiftly answered prayer. The person that I spoke with, his name is, or was, Harry, and he told me a story which I have since fact-checked various elements, the elements that I could fact-check, and it's legit. This is a legit story that I'm about to share with you, and I want to say before I relay it that the descriptions of the people are based off of his own memory, but the facts pertaining to where he was, whether he was where he says he was, for the reasons that he says that he was there, he is being honest, okay? I can tell you that he's being 100% honest, and you're free to look further into this. I am certain he is going to probably be doing a lot of interviews in the near future. I can also factually state that there was an incident report, so this was recorded, and what transpired on September 8th that caught him by surprise was something that he thought was a part of a broader military conspiracy against him. He could not fully comprehend why what was happening, okay? So let's start actually 35 years ago, because you need to know who this man is. In 1990, this young man named Harry Myers discovered something that would shape the next 3 decades of his life, okay? He was at the bottom of the military chain. He was just 20 years old, and he was put on what was actually a brand new command, the first ever Joint Task Force 6. And this new command was being created down at the border by President George H.W. Bush, and it was presented to the American public as, look, a war on drugs with the help of Colin Powell. And it should be noted that this took place, just to kind of get you back into what was going on at the beginning of the 1990s, this took place just after the Iran-Contra affair, right? The Iran-Contra affair was from, I think, 1981 to 1986, happened under Reagan. And for those of you who are not read into massive CIA scandals, this was the scandal when the American public got to learn that our CIA was actually trafficking drugs and weapons throughout South America. A scandal which, if you guys have followed our Epstein series, we now know that he was also involved in the Iran-Contra scandal. It essentially shook the foundation of Reagan's White House, and during that time, during Reagan's tenure, George H.W. Bush was the vice president, okay, throughout this scandal. So when George H.W. Bush then decided that he was going to run as a president of the United States, and he did run and he ran in 1988, just a couple of years following that affair, he had to really hit hard on drugs at the border, and declare that this White House was going to do all that it could to stop these drugs from flooding into America. Take a listen to him saying what they were going to be cracking down on.
This is crack cocaine, seized a few days ago by drug enforcement agents in a park just across the street from the White House. It could easily have been heroin or PCP. It's as innocent looking as candy, but it's turning our cities into battle zones, and it's murdering our children. Let there be no mistake. This stuff is poison.
So you hear the directive from the then president, H.W. Now, our protagonist in this story is Harry, right? He's 20 years old, and he's at the bottom of the military totem pole, and he gets attached to this new command. His from Southern Command. Previously, there had never been that joint task force, and specifically, he was a part of an operation that came to be known as Operation Catacomb. He describes himself, and I'm going to put this in quotations, as a lowly military censor guy assigned to this Joint Task Operation 6, and they were to cover half of Arizona and Mexico. And I'm going to read this next portion of his story directly from him, okay? And I quote, "In just 6 days, I planted sensors, translated data, and skipped the chain of command and gave proof of the existence and pinpointed the location of the first ever discovered Sinaloa cartel underground rail tunnel. By passing directly through to lower Border Patrol agents, I skipped command and directly, a Border Patrol agent was able to skip his command and directly sought a warrant to raid the tunnel, which avoided tipping off any compromised commanders that were working with the cartel. Thus, why it resulted in such a big bust. Most importantly, it did not give time to remove photos that were on the walls on the Mexican side. Where our Joint Task Commander, who was a high-ranking Border Patrol, was actually in the photos in that house, posing with El Chapo and Felipe, his architect. And there were other U.S. Marine officers and Mexican law enforcement officers and military that were in those photos, okay, end quote. So, just to be clear, he discovers this tunnel, somehow skips the chain of command. Now they find this.
Y'all get the likes up. I'm going to have to start. I had to step away. But I need for y'all to double tap the face of your screen if you're listening in on your phone device. Or if you are on your computer. 3 dots at the top right. Will take you to the like button. Come on, y'all. Double tap. Hey, Miss Gemini. Harry, Samantha, no good. I'm going to back it up, y'all. I had to step away. Sorry. I need to hear this.
We all know that what we are being told is not true. We all know that nothing trip, at least a quick turnaround to go first to Korea for a couple of days and then off to Japan. And honestly, if I was a conspiracy theorist, and I kind of am one, I might think at this stage that the timing of that trip might have been intentional because something was going on back home they didn't want him to see. Well, what I'm about to tell you guys today is going to positively blow your mind. I just cannot see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination, but I'm just going to deliver the facts and see where they land. Welcome back to Candace. I am just going to tell you guys exactly how everything came about, everything that I'm about to deliver to you. Yesterday was a holy day of obligation in the Catholic Church. It was the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. A day of obligation means that a day in which you are required to attend Mass outside of, obviously, typically Sundays. And so as soon as we concluded this podcast, grabbed my jacket, and I ran out the door, okay? And as I was sitting through Mass, deciding, I guess, what was on my mind to pray about, for whatever reason, got on my knees, and I was not expecting this to come out, but I just focused my prayer on wanting something to be delivered to me, a piece of evidence that would help us put together the full picture of this assassination. Obviously, we all know that what we are being told is not true. We all know that nothing that we have been presented with makes any practical sense, but there are sort of smoking guns in this that are missing, right? It's one thing to point out all the lies, but we need to also have solid, concrete proof of something that took place that was out of the ordinary. in the days leading up, maybe, I don't know, a planning session. Well, I got back home after this very intentional prayer and did my routine, had a very late dinner, went up and said goodnight to the kids, got myself ready for bed, sat in bed, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to open the tips box. And I kid you not when I say that it was the very first email that I saw, the very first email that I opened up. And it really didn't have any details. It was a young woman, and she said, "You really should call my friend. It is absolutely urgent, and he has information that you need to hear." Don't tell me why. I don't know what came over me, but maybe it was this intentional prayer. I said, I'm just going to call him right now. 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes after this email hit my inbox, I was calling this person and I had no idea what it was going to lead to, whether it was going to be a totally insane person or whether or not it was going to be a very swiftly answered prayer. The person that I spoke with, his name is, or was, Harry, and he told me a story which I have since fact-checked various elements, the elements that I could fact-check, and it's legit. This is a legit story that I'm about to share with you.
Weird,
and
almost
I want
like
to
a
say
suspense
before I relay
saga.
it, that the descriptions of the people are based off of his own memory, but the facts pertaining to where he was, whether he was where he says he was, for the reasons that he says that he was there, he is being honest. Okay, I can tell you that he is being 100% honest, and you are free to look further into this. I am certain he is going to probably be doing a lot of interviews in the near future. I can also factually state that there was an incident report, so this was recorded, and what transpired on September 8th that caught him by surprise was something that he thought was a part of a broader military conspiracy against him. He could not fully comprehend why what was happening, okay? So let's start actually 35 years ago, because you need to know who this man is. In 1990, this young man named Harry Myers discovered something that would shape the next 3 decades of his life. Okay?
Hold on, what year?
100% honest, and you are free to look further into this. I am certain he is going to probably be doing a lot of interviews in the near future. I can also factually state that there was an incident report, so
99.
this was recorded,
okay, thank you.
And what transpired on September 8th that caught him by surprise was something that he thought was a part of a broader military conspiracy against him. He could not fully comprehend why what was happening, okay? So let's start actually 35 years ago, because you need to know who this man is. In 1990, this young man named Harry Myers discovered something that would shape the next 3 decades of his life, okay? He was at the bottom of the military chain. He's just 20 years old, and he was put on what was actually a brand new command, the first ever Joint Task Force 6. And this new command was being created down at the border by President George H.W. Bush, and it was presented to the American public as, look, a war on drugs with the help of Colin Powell. And it should be noted that this took place, just to kind of get you back into what was going on. This young man named Harry Myers discovered something that...
I can't remember what we were watching. That secret society stuff. The one I think at Harvard, was it Harvard or Yale, where George W. Bush came in. I can't remember the name of that secret society, but it's still devil worshiping and trafficking, and it mentioned the blackmail. Remember, they would go to the door, eyes covered, Somebody would come to the door, bring them in, and close the door. I can't remember the name. Okay, let's go.
That would shape the next 3 decades of his life, okay? He was at the bottom of the military chain. He's just 20 years old. And
Skulls and Bones. Thank you. Yeah.
On what
Skulls
was
and Bones.
a brand new command, first ever Joint Task Force 6. And this new command was being created down at the border by President George H.W. Bush, and it was presented to the American public as, look, a war on drugs with the help of Colin Powell. And it should be noted that this took place, just to kind of get you back into what was going on at the beginning of the 1990s, this took place just after the Iran-Contra affair, right? The Iran-Contra affair was from, I think, 1981 to 1986.
It's been going on for a while.
For those of you who are not read into massive CIA scandals, this was the scandal when the American public got to learn that our CIA was actually trafficking drugs and weapons throughout South America. A scandal which, if you guys have followed our Epstein series, we now know that he was also involved in the Iran-Contra scandal. It essentially shook the foundation of Reagan's White House, and during that time, during Reagan's tenure, George H.W. Bush was the massive CIA scandals. This was the scandal when the American public got to learn that our CIA was actually trafficking drugs and weapons throughout South America. A scandal which, if you guys have followed our Epstein series, we now know that he was also involved in the Iran-Contra scandal. It essentially shook the foundation of Reagan's White House, and during that time, during Reagan's tenure, George H.W. Bush was the vice president, okay, throughout this scandal. So when George H.W. Bush then decided that he was going to run as a president of the United States, and he did run, and he ran in 1988, just a couple of years following that affair, he had to really hit hard on drugs at the border, and declare that this White House was going to do all that it could to stop these drugs from flooding into America. Take a listen to him saying what they were going to be cracking down on.
This is crack cocaine, seized a few days ago by drug enforcement agents in a park just across the street from the White House. It could easily have been heroin or PCP. It's as innocent looking as candy, but it's turning our cities into battle zones, and it's murdering our children.
That y'all brought in.
No mistake, this stuff is poison.
So you hear the directive from the then president, H.W.
And let's be clear, the government brought it into the hood. They brought it into the hood. They introduced the crack to the hood. And the way Trump is pardoning Honduras and blowing up whatever deals he had with Venezuela, just blowing it up. You don't know who in the boat. Whatever you do, don't go boating. Don't go fishing. Don't get your butt in no boat. Because he's so fucking paranoid. He gonna blow it up. Now, is he trying to start a war? I think he's trying to stop possibly stopping drugs coming in on deals he's already made. That MZ13 or whatever that gang was, he made deals with that man in the White House. And not too long ago, because that's when I first noticed all that gold trimming stuff. MS-13. That's it, SC Frazier. Thank you. Back me up when I thank you. He made deals. I remember the guy sitting in the White House because I remember seeing all that gold stuff. Like, where this come from? It looked like this is India somewhere. Yeah, and I remember him shaking the man's hand, and then shortly after that, he released that MS-13 gang members that had been picked up in, if memory serves me correctly, in Virginia. And they were proud or happy that they had arrested these notorious gang members. And I said to myself, hey, Teron, well, how they get let go? He done made a deal. And then shortly after that is when he started sending people over to Venezuela that were illegal immigrants. ICE, he was illegal immigrants. And he started sending them over there. And it was one that he was not supposed to send. And they called over there to go pick him up or return him, because Trump said he didn't have any control or any authority. And someone made contact in Venezuela, and then they did not bag Trump. They said, oh, we've been waiting on him. We've been waiting on directive from him because we really don't know what to do with him. And Trump was pissed. They got exposed from lying. And from that point, he's been mad, and now he blowing them up. So whatever deal he had, it was null and void. And now he done let go of the notorious dealer to do what? To be able to funnel the drugs in for the elite. Stay woke. Let's go, Candace. Come on. Oh, Lord.
Now, our protagonist in the story is Harry, right? He's 20 years old, and he's at the bottom of the military totem pole, and he gets attached to this new command, this new Southern Command. Previously, there had never been that joint task force, and specifically, he was a part of an operation that came to be known as Operation Catacomb. He describes himself, and I'm going to put this in quotations, as a lowly military censor guy assigned to this Joint Task Operation 6, and they were to cover half of Arizona and Mexico. And I'm going to read this next portion of his story directly from him, okay? And I quote,
like today?
In just 6 days, I planted sensors, translated data, and skipped.
Why you remove it?
Of the existence and pinpointed
I was reading that
of the first ever discovered Sinaloa cartel underground rail tunnel by passing directly through to lower border patrol agents.
Thank you, Tara.
Command, and directly a border patrol agent was able to skip his command and directly sought a warrant to
thank you for the hot cocoa.
Which avoided tipping off. And
I don't know what T word.
Cities into battle zone. And it's murdering our children. Let there be no mistake. This stuff is poison.
So you hear the directive from the then president, H.W.
I don't know what T. Okay. Okay. So when you use the terrorist word in the comment section, you have to make the O's. Listen. When y'all are using words that are trigger or target words, you need to make your O's zeros and your I's exclamation marks. Flip your I upside down to throw off the bots that they have that will tag the comments. Yeah, you have to be careful with triple X words, curse words. You have to misspell them. And it was that TERRIOST word. You got to make your I's something else and your O's. Yeah, okay. I get it. Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Tom. You called it.
And he gets attached to this new command.
Let there be no mistake. This stuff is poison.
So you hear the directive from the then president, H.W. Now, our protagonist in the story is Harry, right? He's 20 years old, and he's at the bottom of the military totem pole, and he gets attached to this new command, this new Southern Command. Previously, there had never been that joint task force, and specifically, he was a part of an operation that came to be known as Operation Catacomb. He describes himself, and I'm going to put this in quotations, as a lowly military censor guy assigned to this Joint Task Operation 6, and they were to cover half of Arizona and Mexico. And I'm going to read this next portion of his story directly from him, okay? And I quote, "In just 6 days, I planted sensors, translated data, and skipped the chain of command and gave proof of the existence and pinpointed the location of the first ever discovered Sinaloa cartel underground rail tunnel.
Sinaloa.
By passing directly through to lower border patrol."
Where y'all? What cartel? Isn't it funny? It's not funny, but isn't it? Isn't it interesting that the cartel that I think is tied to some of the rappers seems to be involved with our elites? Didn't I tell y'all this long time ago? Diddy, Trump, Houston, people joining, lurking. Please double tap, hit the like button. It's the Sinaloa cartel. Memphis, Texas. Stay woke, y'all. Atlanta, all of that. Again, as I say about Dolph and Mo 3, it's all full circle. It's all full circle. And it's blowing my mind because every time it turns around, Sinaloa, even though in El Paso, Chapo and his Mayo and his sons, they done pled guilty, they done made deals, they done turned on people, they done told on people. But then Trump turns around. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna run out of juice. He turns around and let go Honduras, Hernandez, whatever his name is, and he's tied to them too. Now, I don't know if Venezuela is, but I definitely know he is tied. The one he just pardoned is tied. Oh, don't start that. To the Sinaloa cartel. And that big bust that they just had in Memphis, where some of the police were involved. Quet done snitched. A part of that takedown. I'm trying to get this battery in my charger. Sinaloa cartel. Let's go. Get the lights up, y'all. Double tap. Double tap the face of your screen. Y'all see my mods are asking for y'all to hit the like button. Like and share.
And directly sought a warrant to raid the tunnel, which avoided tipping off, and I'm going to put this in quotations, as a lowly military censor guy assigned to this Joint Task Operation 6, and they were to cover half of Arizona and Mexico. And I'm going to read this next portion of his story directly from him, okay? And I quote, "In just 6 days, I planted sensors, translated data, and skipped the chain of command and gave proof of the existence and pinpointed the location of the first ever discovered Sinaloa cartel underground rail tunnel. By passing directly through to lower Border Patrol agents. I skipped command and directly, a Border Patrol agent was able to skip his command and directly sought a warrant to raid the tunnel, which avoided tipping off any compromised commanders that were working with the cartel. Thus, why it resulted in such a big bust. Most importantly, it did not give time to remove photos that were on the walls on the Mexican side. Where our Joint Task Commander, who was a high-ranking Border Patrol, was actually first ever discovered Sinaloa cartel underground rail tunnel. By passing directly through to lower Border Patrol agents, I skipped command and directly, a Border Patrol agent was able to skip his command and directly sought a warrant to raid the tunnel, which avoided tipping off any compromised commanders that were working with the cartel. Thus, why it resulted in such a big bust. Most importantly, it did not give time to remove photos that were on the walls on the Mexican side. Where our Joint Task Commander, who was a high-ranking Border Patrol, was actually in the photos in that house, posing with El Chapo and Felipe, his architect. And there were other U.S. Marine officers and Mexican law enforcement officers and military that were in those photos, okay, end quote. So just to be clear, he discovers this tunnel, somehow skips the chain of command. Now they find this massive tunnel and, oh, wait, why are military commanders and high up people in the military in pictures with El Chapo? What's going on here? I'm going to pause here to let you see an old news clip regarding this explosive discovery that Harry made.
The tunnel was called one of the most sophisticated drug smuggling schemes authorities have ever seen. Using jackhammers and torches, federal agents broke into the concrete reinforced tunnel at a warehouse in Douglas, Arizona. 30 feet underground, agents walked for 100 yards through the 5-foot-high tunnel. It took them under the...
Arizona? Wasn't they trying to get her to go to Phoenix? Wasn't Turning Point trying to get her to go to something in Phoenix, Arizona? And said that she had to appear in person? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, my. Oh, wow. That's good.
Illegal trip to the U.S. Authorities said when the tunnel wasn't being used for drug running, the smugglers would flood it with water. 30 feet underground, agents walked for 100 yards through the 5-foot-high tunnel. It took them under the Mexican border to a house in Agua Prieta. There, they found an air compressor, a sump pump, a small trolley car, and a hydraulic jack. It was used to lift up the floor inside the living room of the house, where the smugglers would start their illegal trip to the U.S. Authorities said when the tunnel wasn't being used for drug running, the smugglers would flood it with water.
Let's say we came over here with some technology trying to detect this. It would look like an underground stream if it was flooded.
Federal agents said the tunnel cost at least $1 million to build and had probably been in operation for 6 months to a year. Last November, customs agents received a tip that a sophisticated tunnel was being used to funnel cocaine into the United States.
This type of tunnel is not an amateur operation. It's a highly sophisticated engineering feat that took place.
Miss Gemini, listen. It's not getting strange. It's been strange. I've been talked about this. This ain't new for the tea sippers. Yeah, and also when El Chapo got picked up, I talked about the tunnels then. I talked about the tunnels. I have been connected the dots with the Sinaloa cartel as well with yeah. Now, how far? Again, I knew the circle was big. I just didn't know how big the circle was. It's huge. And and as well as Diddy. Diddy, when Diddy was going through what he was going through, the first time I brought him in as well. He's tied to the Sinaloa cartels. Hell, they came to the U.S. to sue Diddy for business deals. Although it was tossed out. But yeah, Diddy did Diddy on the Sinaloa cartels. Craig Petty's in Memphis, Dolph, he lived on the same street as Dolph did. He's tied to Hernandez Govan, who was the person who solicited. I mean, it's all full circle. And I'm going to say it again. I have always said from the beginning that it was human trafficking involved. Now, how big it was, I did not know. But I knew that human trafficking was involved before they started talking about human trafficking. So yes, it is spooky. And I just didn't realize that the elite were sacrificing, grabbing the kids, smuggling kids to foreign countries. You know, that part is mind-blowing. But I've been connected Trump to this years ago. Let's be clear. But let me carry on. Oh, yes. It's all in my archives. I got 5 years of archives. It'll blow your mind. Yeah, when you go back, if you do the research, and you'll be like, oh my God, AunTeaFee been talking about this for years, when people thought I was the old lady, the crazy old lady. Yeah.
Mexican authorities were also
Yes,
involved in the
ma'am. You've been saying this for almost 5 years.
Earlier
Exactly.
This month, police seized 2,000 pounds of cocaine.
When
which they
people
said came into
when people would be saying, what this have to do with Dolph? What this have to do with Dolph? Directly and indirectly. Yeah. Craig Petty's the Sinaloa cartel. They hid him out. Yeah, so it's no wonder why Judge Joe Brown solicited to Trump and mentioned the Sinaloa cartels to come clean up Memphis. Yeah, Memphis was out of control. Yes, indeed they were. But it's a lot more going on in Memphis and Trump and Elon Musk that they are conspiring right in front of the people's face. They are so bold with it. Trust me.
30 feet underground, agents walked for 100 yards through the 5-foot-high tunnel. It took them...
Oh, and hold on. Y'all need to double tap the face of the screen. If you want to continue to listen to the tea, I mean, I know you can go anywhere and get it, but what you can't get is my knowledge, my expertise behind it, and the research that I've already done. So if you want to continue to listen over here, please double tap the face of your screen if you're listening in on your phone device. And if not, if you're on your computer, please hit the 3 dots at the top right and get the likes up. And if you say, well, I don't know if I want to hit the like just yet, I respect that. But go ahead and just leave. We don't want you to hear our tea over here. Our tea is good. Ms. Tom said, keep it moving. Who is keep it moving? Drug addicts have been saying that about elites for years. Nobody believed them because of using. They've been saying what for years? That it was coming from the elite. I mean, what have they been saying from? I mean, we know that they brought it to the hood. I mean, just like they brought the guns to the hood. Yeah, and when January 6th, hell, they brought bricks to the hood, thinking that the 50 Shades, the darker skin of the 50 Shades of Grey was going to use the bricks to riot. I mean, yeah. So I don't know what part the dope fiends remember. I'm not a dope fiend, and I've been knowing. Oh, okay. The smuggling of kids. No, I ain't never heard them say that. Not the government, not the elites, not the presidents and stuff. I ain't never heard that. Epstein maybe, but the presidents and no. I know about Pizzagate, but hell, when they went to the place, Gerardo, it wasn't nobody there. So, but it's pretty bad, and it's worse. It's worse than even the possibility of it, because it is global. They are making deals. They are making deals, and they are preparing for a new world order. I was telling a friend today, like I tell y'all, their plan is to bankrupt the U.S. And like Trump said in his deposition, they've been graping and for millions of years, has he put it. And I just didn't know that they were in this Zionist. They mess with babies, and some of them as young as 2. Yeah, no, I ain't know nothing about that. That's blowing my mind. And they say the darker skin of the 50 Shades of Grey, it is written, okay, is the ones that are criminals. And I mean, I'm not saying we ain't, but not like that. Not that I know of.
Border to a house in Agua Prieta. There, they found an air compressor, a sump pump, a small trolley car, and a hydraulic jack. It was used to lift up the floor inside the living room of the house, where the smugglers agents broke into the concrete reinforced tunnel at a warehouse in Douglas, Arizona. 30 feet underground, agents walked for 100 yards through the 5-foot-high tunnel. It took them under the Mexican border to a house in Agua Prieta. There, they found an air compressor, a sump pump, a small trolley car, and a hydraulic jack. It was used to lift up the floor inside the living room of the house, where the smugglers would start their illegal trip to the U.S. Authorities said when the tunnel wasn't being used for drug running, the smugglers would flood it with water.
Let's say we came over here with some technology trying to detect this. It would look like an underground stream if it was flooded.
Federal agents said the tunnel cost at least $1 million to build and had probably been in operation for 6 months to a year. Last November, customs agents received a tip that a sophisticated tunnel was being used to funnel cocaine into the United States.
This type of tunnel is not an amateur operation. It's a highly sophisticated engineering feat that took place.
Mexican authorities were also involved in the investigation and the raid. Earlier this month, police seized 2,000 pounds of cocaine, which they said came into the U.S. through the tunnel. The drugs were headed for Southern California.
Hey, Jimmy.
And what's not said in that news clip is there were pictures of United States military men in that house. What happens next is predictable given what we now know. Harry's superiors take the credit for the bust, and he's going to continue what happens. I'm going to, again, quote him verbatim. Quote, on the surface, I was given a small reward, an Army medal. I have the write-ups for those awards mentioning me and my critical role in this mission's success. That said, U.S. Border Patrol members who recognized me as being the agent responsible for the bust did not like seeing that I wasn't being appreciated more and resented my higher-ups for taking the credit for the discovery. Somehow, in the immediate days after the bust, prior to the United States side getting the photos from the Mexican authorities, my information was given to the cartels. In continuing the mission, me and one Border Patrol agent were sent to Naco, Arizona, where I was approached by a cartel member confirming my identification by rattling off my mother's name, address, my high school, my friends, everything listed in my clearance packet, which was supposed to,
hold on.
in the immediate days after the bust, prior to the United States side getting the photos from the Mexican authorities, my information was given to the cartels. In continuing the mission, me and one Border Patrol agent were sent to Naco, Arizona, where I was approached by a cartel member confirming my identification by rattling off my mother's name, address, my high school, my friends, everything listed in my clearance packet, which was supposed to be locked in the custody of the Joint Task Force 6 commander, whose picture was with El Chapo and about to be discovered. We avoided being taken hostage or shot, sneaking away and driving out of that little town. I was taken back to Fort Huachuca with the U.S. Border Patrol agent I was with, believing, since I was just a young 20-year-old, that I must have somehow compromised my own ID. The next day, I had a debrief with the Army Criminal Investigation Division and Naco, Arizona, where I was approached by a cartel member confirming my identification by rattling off my mother's name, address, my high school, my friends, everything listed in my clearance packet, which was supposed to be locked in the custody of the Joint Task Force 6 commander, whose picture was with El Chapo and about to be discovered. We avoided being taken hostage or shot, sneaking away and driving out of that little town. I was taken back to Fort Huachuca with the U.S. Border Patrol agent I was with, believing, since I was just a young 20-year-old, that I must have somehow compromised my own ID. The next day, I had a debrief with the Army Criminal Investigation Division and a prosecutor from Tucson, Arizona, informing me of how my ID became compromised. I was told that I was then going to be put in witness protection. My orders restricted me from any further work in counter-narcotics, from being stationed on or south of the border, and it prevented me from working with Border Patrol. It was a Band-Aid while they prepared and got approval for me to be put into witness protection. Also, to protect me, the mission and the prosecutions, I was also put under an NDA gag order, which was dated out, look, it says 1990, to May of 2025, to prevent me from mentioning this entire ordeal. The witness protection entrance never happened. The ball got dropped. I never got contacted for it. From what we uncovered, a deal was made with the compromised U.S. Border Patrol agent commander. Okay, so let's pause and just recap there very quickly, and I'm going to tell you what this has to do with Charlie Kirk, okay? So I guess in a sentence, a young military man did his job excellently. He accidentally stumbled upon, or actually, accidentally stumbled upon the fact that our government was implicated, not in fighting the cartels, but working with the cartels. And suddenly, he realizes, after some time, that the government then beats him, or somebody spitefully, perhaps his commander, fed him to the cartels, and now he's on the run for his life. What happens over the course of the next 35 years is he's hacked. He says that he goes through abusive litigation. He is harassed. He says there are narco attorneys that attack his credits. He has police records, by the way, for all of this. He has presented evidence for this. But throughout a certain point in time, these police records were virtually disappeared. He had been reporting that hitmen were coming after him. He had names. This is a 35 years long ordeal. He now has all of his paperwork thanks to some county clerks who did the right thing and were able to dig up these records. But you name it, this man has lived it throughout the last 35 years, okay? Fast forward to May of 2025, May of this year, and Harry Myers.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. You just need a concept.
Y'all listen, please double tap the face of your screen. I'm almost 2 hours in, and the likes don't look nowhere near the 175 people that are in here listening.
Anywhere in the world. When it comes to editing, Riverside is perfect.
He decides that
double tap the face of your phone. I need at least 50 people to double tap the face of their phone and get the likes up real quick. So some MS-13 gang leaders arrested in, dang. And I remember when I told y'all the FBI, they were in Colorado, took over a whole apartment complex, and then it was word that they was on their way to Tennessee. They were on their way to Tennessee, and the feds did this like all city, be on the lookout. Why can't I help? Why can't I help with double tap? Are you on your phone or are you on your computer, Barbara? Hi, how you doing? If you're on your phone, you should just be able to just double tap it and you'll see a thumb go up. Now, if you're on your computer or your tablet, then you would have to hit the 3 dots at the top right. And yeah. And when I said it was North Virginia, when they got arrested in North Virginia, and they were so happy that they got the ringleader, I'm going to show it to y'all in a minute, but y'all got to get these likes up. And Trump, after Trump had made that deal, oh man, it's bad. But they back because they thought that they was going to take over Memphis. And Chief Davis was like, oh, no, I ain't been a sign, no. You see, they wearing Memphis out. Even when the crime done went down, they still in Memphis. Yeah, because they know it's more to it. And then Elon Musk is trying to get away with what he is doing over there with that plant where he is killing the people with that gas. You can see it coming up. Come on, y'all. Double tap so we can continue. And I can go prison guard targeted. Oh, wow.
Thanks to some county clerks who did the right thing and were able to dig up these records. But he realizes after some time that the government then beats him, or somebody spitefully, perhaps his commander, fed him to the cartels, and now he's on the run for his life. What happens over the course of the next 35 years is he's hacked. He says that he goes through abusive litigation. He is harassed. He says there are narco attorneys that attack his credits. He has police records, by the way, for all of this. He has presented evidence for this.
No.
But throughout a certain point in time, these police records were virtually disappeared. He had been reporting that hitmen were coming after him. He had names. This is a 35 years long ordeal. He now has all of his paperwork thanks to some county clerks who did the right thing and were able to dig up these records. But you name it, this man has lived it throughout the last 35 years, okay? Fast forward to May of 2025, May of this year, and Harry Myers, who now has a new name, by the way, which I'm not saying, but he is finally released from this 35-year military-grade NDA. So what does this now 56-year-old decide to do? He decides that he's going to confront his past. He wants answers, okay? He wants to know why he was never protected. He wants to know if the FBI had been informed, and if so, which they were supposed to be, why they didn't do their job. Why didn't they protect Harry?
Because he was in, they were in on it.
He did his job. He makes up his mind that he's going to deal with this in person. He is going to travel from his home in Washington back down to the very base where this all began, right?
Oh, wow.
To Fort Huachuca, in Arizona. He's going to revisit the past. He's going to get these answers. He books himself to stay in a hotel on the base, a military hotel, known as Candlewood Suites. And this is on the evening of September 8th. I want you to remember that, okay? He's been so thorough. He has sent me timestamps, bookings, reservations, went through his call logs. I was like, I want you to pinpoint when everything happened. So he gets to the Candlewood Suites at approximately, on September 8th, 5:37 p.m. Checks into the hotel, and you can imagine he's a person that pays a lot of attention to his surroundings, right? When the cartels are after you and your family, and you are compelled to change your name, you pay attention to your surroundings to see if anybody looks shady. What he notices is somebody who is special forces in the lobby. He said, you just know when you're dealing with a special forces guy. And he is in the lobby, and a young woman, comes down thereafter. That young woman, who at the time he did not recognize, is with him. They kind of fluff around in the lobby while he's checking in. He's on the phone with his wife. And thereafter, the two of them get into a green pickup truck, and they drive off. Okay. The next morning, now we're September 9th, he wakes up at around 5:30 a.m. in the morning because he wants to see the sunrise. He says that he then fails at finding the Army Criminal Investigations Department. So he drives off base, just a little ways off base, to get some coffee in Sierra Vista. While getting that coffee, he runs into some soldiers. Again, this is just all God at this point, who happen to be wearing 10th Mountain Division patches. And he's like, that's my old unit. What's going on here? Like that, he thinks his unit's gone. Nothing's going on with this unit for a long time. That it's been torn apart, or I don't know what the military expression is for that. He strikes up a conversation with these young guys, and they tell him, oh, no. The old Joint Task Force 6 is now being continued, and it's known as JTF, Joint Task Force Southern Border. Now, for those of you who are like me who don't know, like literally what it sounds like, Joint Task Force, meaning like you can get the Army, Navy, everybody kind of working together on something. And they're like, yeah, it's now JTF Southern Border, and they give him directions of how he can actually get to the new command center. They tell them that they're actually currently borrowing a building down there, and he tells me that.
Okay, so Miss Tom, it's gonna keep popping up. It's in her background. It's in her background. So it's going to keep popping up. It don't matter what picture I put in the back. It's in her background. It is a cross there. Understand? Let me show you. So it's back here. That's why it keeps popping there. So let it go, boo-boo. Let that go. It don't matter what background I have. It's in her house. Okay?
Way he would have discovered where it was. So his intention was to go to Army CID. Now he's like, wow, I can go directly to the actual JTF 6, which is now being continued, and it's known as JTF, Joint Task Force Southern Border.
You're welcome.
Now, for those of you who are like me who don't know, like literally what it sounds like, Joint Task Force, meaning like you can get the Army, Navy, everybody kind of working together on something. And they're like, yeah, it's now JTF Southern Border.
Keep it moving.
And they give him directions of how he can actually get to the new command center. They tell them that they're actually currently borrowing a building down there. And he tells me that there would have been no other way he would have discovered where it was. So his intention was to go to Army CID. Now he's like, wow, I can go directly to the actual JTF 6, which is now being continued, and get some answers. What luck. It is now around 7:37 a.m. when he enters the new or temporary JTF headquarters, and he sees two guys, and he's pretty impressed. He's like, whoa, these are, again, military term, E4, E5s. He that means that they're lieutenant colonels.
Mm-hmm.
And they are the ones that are checking him in. He happens to walk in at the exact time that they are concluding a meeting, and he is kind of even more impressed because he sees about 12 lieutenant colonels. He tells me, you do not see that many people, that many E4s, E5s, E6s. Please, military guys, forgive me for me not knowing what the proper vernacular. But he just goes, what's going on? He's like, you don't see this unless you're at the Pentagon or you're at the White House. You just don't see this many high up the food chain lieutenant colonels. He's going, man, this is a pretty important meeting. And then he sees 3 men walk out, one of which is the person he identifies as the person that's the center of the action, right? He said you could just tell this is the most important person. And he has gray hair, he's got glasses. I believe he said that he's about 5'10". And at this point, he sees that the person that is with him, and he said, certain that the person that is with him is Ryan Harpole. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's about to get.
Oh, wow. The one who said, I have drones, but I couldn't. I mean, I had orders. I can't break the law. Oh, my God. Y'all, please double tap the face of y'all phone. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Wow. I'm looking to see. Get the lights up. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh my goodness, I don't know how to process. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Baby, some cookie just went on with my computer. I got kicked out of my own. Can y'all still hear me? I don't know what's going on. Some kicked out. I had to sign back in to Google. Ooh wee, ooh wee. Don't be listening to me. Don't be kicking me out of my own sister. Y'all get the likes up. Come on.
So, and again, I'm going to say allegedly because I wasn't there, but I have spoken to this guy, and
Oh, wow.
he has gray hair. He's got glasses. I believe he said that he's about 5'10". Pentagon, or you're at the White House. You just don't see this many high up the food chain lieutenant colonels. He's going, man, this is a pretty important meeting. And then he sees three men walk out, one of which is the person he identifies as the person that's the center of the action, right? He said you could just tell this is the most important person. He has gray hair, he's got glasses. I believe he said that he's about 5'10". And at this point, he sees that the person that is with him, and he said, certain that the person that is with him is Brian Harpole.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's about to get even more interesting.
Oh, wow.
So, and again, I'm going to say allegedly because I wasn't there, but I have spoken to this guy, and I very much trust what he is saying. I think he is very credible. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So he sees
He's
Brian
very
Harpole,
credible.
this older guy.
Thank you,
and
Mrs. Tom.
He has, what then happens is first the guys that are checking him in are friendly. He explains to them, yeah, this is what happened to me. I just want to speak to somebody. They're like, yeah, let me help you. And all of a sudden, after Brian, who he believes to be Brian Harpole, who he's not obviously recognized at that time, he would not have known that was Brian Harpole, but obviously, because then the biggest political assassination since JFK happens, suddenly somebody hits the panic button. And two captains come out, and they escort him out of the building, and they begin what becomes
Thank you, Tara.
7-hour interrogation.
How many hours? I'm sorry. Thank you, Tara.
How did you rumble this meeting? How did you know this meeting was taking place? And two captains come out, and they escort him out of the building, and they begin what becomes a 7-hour interrogation.
Wow.
Okay. I think he's a spy. How did you rumble this meeting? How did you know this meeting was taking place? He's being asked a bunch of questions. They're putting pressure on him. They're gaslighting him. I actually want to, if you give me a second, I want to read exactly what he messaged me about what took place.
Wow.
It's incredible. It's actually just incredible for how he describes what their strategy here of attempting to gaslight him into believing that he was a spy or that he was working for somebody. And he's like, no, I'm just here over an incident that happened 35 years ago. I'm trying to get answers regarding it, and they're putting pressure on him. I'm going to this verbatim. He says he's being interrogated. He is, quote, being accused of being a bomb threat because I was special forces in the military, EOD in the military. They then attempted to try to gaslight me to see if they could angle an accusation of me being a threat to others or myself. When all of that fell flat, they then conferenced with base commander after I assumed they verified that I was not there to spy on that particular meeting. They decided it was okay to send me off post. That's when I drove to Tucson. I got a room. The next morning, I turned in my rental car. I got on a plane back home, and I had to stop in Salt Lake. Upon landing and turning on the phone, my wife is telling me about Charlie Kirk. And again, this was just a coincidence. I happened to be in the airport at the time that you are talking about all of those strange flights that were taking place there. I did not notice anything helpful, other than the fact that the airport was not very crowded. So after 7 hours, he explains to me that they were going to debated holding him for 48 hours for this perceived, perhaps maybe bomb threat spy thing that's happening. And he's thinking, can you imagine this? They're paranoid But he's paranoid and thinking, oh my gosh, this is more like Sinaloa cartel stuff, and I'm being treated like this because I've wanted to speak out about this story for 35 years. Both of them are wrong. Okay, both of them are wrong. This really is just a coincidence.
Mm.
And adding to this coincidence is the fact, and that he got the commander's name. That obviously that questioned him for this long. He says this was the guy that was in charge, the commander, and he said he was approximately 36 years old. He had brown hair, the one I'm talking about that was leading the charge on asking him all the questions and interrogating him, and that his name was Captain Neff. I'm going. Now,
who?
I have the same question that you have.
Hold on. Captain
I've
who?
looked, and it does seem that the commander, and he said he was approximately 36 years old. He had brown hair, the one I'm talking about that was leading the charge on asking him all the questions and interrogating him, and that his name was Captain Neff.
Neff?
I'm going.
Neff? The one?
I have the same question that you have because I've looked, and it does seem that, and I never even questioned this, whether or not it's potential that Blake Neff has military connections as well. Like, I guess that kind of like,
Brian.
I just thought this is a producer of Charlie Kirk show, but it is interesting that somebody, and this would be brother, cousin, I don't know, this is the person that interrogated him, and eventually he says was a person that had a heart and realized that he was not a part of any spy network, and eventually escorted him off of the base.
Oh, wow.
That's a lot of coincidence for me.
Oh, wow.
Now he says to me, communicated this to me very clearly. He said, Candace, I know how these meetings work. These are the meetings that are had ahead of an operation. Like when an operation is being confirmed, you have these final meetings, and they involve all of the higher ups, and you are trying to do this in a very isolated location where, you know, people are not going to accidentally happen upon you because they've got something to say about what happened 35 years ago. And that is what he happened upon. And I don't know what to make of this information other than he feels that he then recognized these people. He feels certain that he recognized these people in the days following Charlie Kirk's assassination, when a bunch of people are doing Fox News, and obviously then we've got a massive event at a stadium, and everybody is in front of the camera eulogizing him. He feels confident that he recognizes these people, and that needs to be shared. He's willing to tell a story. Like I said, I have verified.
Oh,
He sent
wow.
me so many documents, everything from his like.
Why does it sound like she done got low?
To his military Charlie Kirk show, but it is interesting that somebody, and this would be brother, cousin, I don't know, this is the person that interrogated him, and eventually he says was a person that had a heart and realized that he was not a part of any spy network, and eventually escorted him off of the base and onto his way. That's a lot of coincidence for me. Now he says to me, communicated this to me very clearly, he said, Candace, I know how these meetings work. These are the meetings that are had ahead of an operation. Like when an operation is being confirmed, you have these final meetings, and they involve all of the higher ups, and you are trying to do this in a very isolated location where, you know, people are not going to accidentally happen upon you because they've got something to say about what happened 35 years ago, and that is what he happened upon. And I don't know what to make of this information other than he feels that he then recognized these people. He feels certain that he recognized these people in the days following Charlie Kirk's assassination, when a bunch of people are doing Fox News, and obviously then we've got a massive event at a stadium, and everybody is in front of the camera eulogizing him. He feels confident that he recognizes these people, and that needs to be shared. he's willing to tell a story. Like I said, I have verified. He has sent me so many documents, everything from his high school graduation certificate to his military documents to the police records.
Janet Neff is not a common name.
NDAs, judges, things that he's been in court with fighting just to get out his
Listen, please don't come over here lying.
When
Please don't come over here lying. I removed your comments. If you post another lie, I will remove you permanently. Pink Fur and Janice, or whatever your name was. Do not come over here lying. Do not come over here on the top of something that we're not talking about. Go over there. Go over there where they like playing with minors. You know what I mean? Go over there where y'all protect PDFers. Don't come over here trying to distract. If you post again off topic or lying, I will remove you permanently. Yeah, it's 235 people in here. And I need for y'all to double tap the face of your screen and get the likes up.
stumbled upon, and boy, does he have some luck. Boy, does he have some luck that he goes from one government conspiracy to what he now believes he stumbled upon.
Planning to publish your book? You could reach 3 billion more readers. If you've written a book and you're thinking about publishing it.
He said that this commander, Neff, by the way, was the commander of force protection. Best you could tell, he did not get the first name. He did get an incident number, which I should have had prepared for you, but I can find it here in our chat, because he sent me that too. He said there would have been no record for this if they didn't swarm me as if there was a bomb threat, because now, of course, there is an actual incident report, and he believes that this can be FOIA requested. And that report number, if you will bear with me, I'm going to read that to you all, because I think this is going to take really the whole world to investigate. It is 8611-2025-MPC 446. So that is the report number that was given to him by this Captain Commander Neff. And like I said, he has given me I could have just put up documents upon documents, certifying that he was there, certifying that this happened, whether or not his descriptions and whether or not the people that he thinks he actually saw at this base, I don't know. What I will say is that something that I could easily have done was to see whether or not, I asked him, did you see Dan Flood? No. Well, that checks out, because Dan Flood was with Charlie in Korea. And I am wondering about that. Like, why would you want to go to Japan a day before you have a college campus event, right? You have Charlie on the 5th and on the 6th of September. He is in Korea doing an event. And then on the 7th, he's in Japan, and he is on CNN News Japan speaking. And so, yeah, like on the 8th, if that's when he left, maybe he left on the 9th, you've got a 12-hour flight back home. And I have questions, and somebody out there knows something, and I don't know what to say other than this feels right. This feels right to me. This feels to me, as we were speaking about yesterday, about global trafficking and cartels and the government involved in this somehow and implicated in this somehow in ways that we don't quite understand, but that we know involves the highest possible levels of corruption, that this feels right. And like I said, he is not hiding. He is done hiding. He has been silenced for 35 years, running from his life and being gaslit about that, in the same way that I am being gaslit about that. I have a very terrifying update for you regarding people that have been trying to assassinate me. And speaking to him was, I guess, like emotionally qualifying, because exactly what he's been going through, I've been going through. He didn't have the platform to be able to get his name out, and I said to him, like, do you want to come out? And he said, yeah, I've been silent for 35 years. He said, I watch your stuff, and I can't believe that you got this email. And I said to him, the chances of me seeing this were basically slim to
Yeah,
none.
and
And
they
he was the
all
first email that
intertwined.
was in my box, and I just called you. And I feel God moving in that. And despite just the utterly demonic and satanic action, and the level of collusion that had to take place for 9/10 to happen, I do also know, as I have always known spiritually, that they wouldn't get away with it. And I think Charlie, whatever vision he had, in which he knew his life would be short, and which he knew that I would not let this go, because I somehow feel tied to it, and we're seeing more and more every day that somehow I am tied to this. I think that this is God.
Wow.
I really do. I think, bless this man. Thank you so much for your service to this country. I know that he said he would love to meet Ian Carroll, and I guess he's watching his stuff, and I will obviously make that happen, and much more in the coming days. I don't expect the feds to reach out. I don't expect them to be interested
Oh, of course
in this
not.
signal or this potential meeting that I think they probably already knew about.
Absolutely.
I do hope, though, that somebody else saw something, and somebody knows the quickest way to.
And let's be clear. There is nothing no one can say to make me believe with this new $300 million ballroom that they were not going to put a tunnel. Trump was not intending to put a tunnel to continue the trafficking. I've said that long before now, and I believe it more than ever that a tunnel was going to be built up under the White House. Absolutely.
FOIA request, that stuff. Somebody knows how to get behind this so we can get information. I've given you the dates.
Yeah, it's probably already there.
So much more. And I don't know, I just thank God that I saw that email.
I thank God you did too.
And if you guys know anything, obviously email us at moretips@CandaceOwens.com, and we'll get through some sponsors that we have.
Shout out to Harry.
All right, you guys, this holiday season, you can express your love with a very special gift. Life doubles. And now, thanks to Okay, thank you guys who are correcting me in the chat. I am obviously very new to military terms, so you guys are saying it should be E5s and E6s. And he said that these are lieutenant colonels, and that it was a big brass meeting.
I don't know. Keep it moving.
12 to 13.
And there is no telling where it. They can bring him in and take him out.
On that same note, though, however,
House them. Heck, they say it's one under Dita's house.
I have no words, and I'm going to try to find them here for
Epstein too.
Yesterday, right after I spoke with him, I kept continuing on this in my tips inbox. And obviously yesterday we spoke about this Pierre in Scottsdale, and I had mentioned that he had a partner, Pierre Falcone had a partner named Arkady Gaydemock. Didn't expect that to be relevant to anything, but they were both involved in Angola Gate, which was global trafficking at the high level upon. And yeah, I'm going to leave that there. On that same note, though, however, I have no words, and I'm going to try to find them here for emails I did not expect to receive yesterday. Right after I spoke with him, I kept continuing on this in my tips inbox. And obviously yesterday we spoke about this Pierre in Scottsdale, and I had mentioned that he had a partner, Pierre Falcone had a partner named Arkady Gaydemock. Didn't expect that to be relevant to anything, but they were both involved in Angola Gate, which was global trafficking at the highest levels of government, but this Arkady Gaydamak didn't show up for his court hearing, and he just was sentenced in absence for trafficking weapons, etc., etc. I explained to you that he was born in Russia, and then when Israel became a nation, he was first over there. He was also factually, and you can see in this article, a French intelligence agent. Okay? Why am I bringing up Gaydamak? Well,
yeah, I went on a boat ride in to Potomac from DC.
This PR person, I was shocked when a flutter of emails came in from people saying that they believed Gaydamak was living in Nashville.
Tennessee.
That he moved here sometime in June. Okay, and when I say a flurry of emails that came in, there were
who was living in Tennessee?
Mostly men.
Hold on.
That man, about turning point potentially working with this PR person, I was shocked when a flutter of emails came in from people saying that they believed Gaydamak was living in Nashville. That he moved here sometime in June. Okay, and when I say a flurry of emails that came in, there were 7 people, mostly men, who were certain that that man, aged now, is working in Nashville using the name Jonathan Schmidt.
Yep.
They are certain, at the very least, that he is from Israel and that he is working for a company known as Root Brands under the guise of being a technology officer, and that he has brought in and secured jobs for Ukrainians. And again, this has all transpired
in Tennessee,
since apparently June, or Ukrainians who he alleges are running from the war. They say he was brought in by a businessman in town named Clay Thomas, and that one of the Ukrainians that is working with him, his name is Alex Smirnov. Now, I don't know what to say other than I am positively terrified. I don't know who to contact, considering the feds. I've been telling them that there's an assassination attempt in coordination. I have said Israel, I have said France, and now I have dealt with, I have these emails, more credible information, and if it's incorrect, I'm happy to correct it. I reached out to Clay Thomas, I have reached out to Root Brands, and I have requested more information about this Russian-Israeli employee who is using the name Jonathan Schmidt and bringing in Ukrainians. And so instead, what I'm going to do
I agree,
is I'm going to
Janet.
publicize this information in the hope
Hey,
that
Mimi.
if you are a Tennessean and you live in Franklin and you live in Nashville and you are familiar with Root Brands and you have seen this man, and Skylar, I don't know if we are the ones that are checking him in.
Yeah, she lives in Nashville. Hold on.
Very scary. And I was always telling the truth about the coordination of an. I don't think there's a reason for any you to contact your authorities if you are hearing any. That is something to be worried about, you guys. That is something to be very concerned about, okay? Because it is during wars where the most dangerous. But I am telling you that this is very scary. And Ian, and you live in Franklin, and that is working with him. His name is Alex. Mostly men who were certain. He was also factually, and you can see in this article, a French intelligence agent. Okay? Why am I bringing up Gaydamak? Well, after yesterday's episode, I had asked if anybody had anything or knew anything about, turning point potentially working with this PR person. I was shocked when a flutter of emails came in from people saying that they believed Gaydamak was living in Nashville. That he moved here sometime in June. Okay, and when I say a flurry of emails that came in, there were 7 people, mostly men, who were certain that that man, aged now, is working in Nashville using the name Jonathan Schmidt. They are certain, at the very least, that he is from Israel and that he is working for a company known as Root Brands under the guise of being a technology officer, and that he has brought in and secured jobs for Ukrainians. and again, this has all transpired since apparently June, are Ukrainians who he alleges are running from the war. They say he was brought in by a businessman in town named Clay Thomas, and that one of the Ukrainians that is working with him, his name is Alex Smirnov. Now, I don't know what to say other than I am positively terrified. I don't know who to contact, considering the feds. I've been telling them that there's an assassination attempt in coordination. I have said Israel, I have said France, and now I have dealt with, I have these emails, more credible information, and if it's incorrect, I'm happy to correct it. I reached out to Clay Thomas, I have reached out to Root Brands, and I have requested more information about this Russian-Israeli employee who is using the name Jonathan Schmidt and bringing in Ukrainians. And so instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to publicize this information in the hope that if you are a Tennessean and you live in Franklin and you live in Nashville and you are familiar with Root Brands and you have seen this man, and Skylar, I don't know if we have an aged photo of him, but we should try to find one. Please, first off, you should probably contact the authorities. I certainly will be doing that. I think my husband has already done that. I told him that this morning. I have definitively run that to the only office that has responded, and I think taken my threat, or has wanted to respond, I should say, to the threat that I've been saying about the French intelligence agencies working with Israel, and that is Tulsi Gabbard's office. I am doing everything that I can, but I am telling you that this is very scary, and if you are in Tennessee, anything, if you know this Jonathan Schmidt and you've seen him around town, if you're a real estate agent, they said he was shopping for a home in the Brentwood area. If you have seen this individual anywhere in Nashville, for the love of God, please send us an email, moretips@CandaceOwens.com, and I am encouraging you to contact your authorities if you are hearing any sob stories from anyone about how they're coming in from you. But I am telling you that this is very scary, and if you are in Tennessee, anything, if you know this Jonathan Schmidt and you've seen him around town, if you're a real estate agent, they said he was shopping for a home in the Brentwood area. If you have seen this individual anywhere in Nashville, for the love of God, please send us an email, moretips@CandaceOwens.com, and I am encouraging you to contact your authorities if you are hearing any sob stories from anyone about how they're coming in from Ukraine and that they're fleeing the war, okay? I think you should contact the authorities immediately. We don't need to have a presence of Ukrainians that are quote unquote fleeing the war.
Yeah, I thought they was deported. So how? I thought the borders were secure. I thought that no immigrants. So Ukraine is not considered an immigrant. I mean, how is this happening? Where is ICE? I mean, shouldn't a flood of people be contacting ICE in Nashville about immigrants? I mean, really? Cash Patel? Where is Cash Patel? Wow.
I trust the Tennesseans to get this done and to pay attention. And I want to say this, by the way, everywhere in America, I've heard there's a major influx of Ukrainians,
oh wow,
quote unquote, fleeing that are building up in Washington. That is something to be worried about, you guys. That is something to be very concerned about, okay? Because it is during wars where the most dangerous people are allowed into other countries under the guise of being refugees. That is how they take over other countries. And you need to keep your eyes and your ears peeled for how these Ukrainian quote-unquote refugees are organizing. I don't think there's a reason for any Israeli intelligence and French intelligence officers to be here in Nashville. So again, if you know something, please email us, moretips@CandaceOwens.com. If you work for the local FBI department, you should have been hearing from us, but if you would like to directly contact us, please email us. We will be looking out. And like I said, Root Brands apparently is who is hiring who has hired this individual under the guise of working under a technology officer. He's supposed to be a billionaire, so why would he be working at all? If this is the correct individual, I'm not buying the name Jonathan Schmidt, I will say that, or an Israeli who should be living in Tel Aviv, and I do not believe he's legally allowed to be in this country. So at the very least, perhaps also if you are watching this and you are an ICE agent or a Border Patrol agent, please get involved. I will have more for you, hopefully in the coming days. But this is very scary, very scary. And I was always telling the truth about the coordination of an assassination attempt, which involved Israel and French intelligence agencies. Now, on that note, I am obviously taking a lot of personal risk to get out the truth to you guys pertaining to what is happening to Charlie Kirk. One of the easiest things in the world is to be a critic of Candace Owens and a part of the people who do not have the courage to prod this federal narrative. Among those, of course, being Tim Pool, who has now dedicated hours and now is trying to signal to the public that I don't have security, which is untrue, but he is trying to get me harmed. I don't know what I have ever done.
She said that she does have security. Hold on.
But Tim
for the
Pool
ones in the back
is trying to signal to the public that I don't have security, which is untrue. But he is trying. I am obviously taking a lot of personal risk to get out the truth to you guys pertaining to what is happening to Charlie Kirk. One of the easiest things in the world is to be a critic of Candace Owens and a part of the people who do not have the courage to prod this federal narrative. Among those, of course, being Tim Pool, who has now dedicated hours and now is trying to signal to the public that I don't have security, which is untrue, but he is trying to get me harmed. I don't know what I have ever done to Tim Pool to deserve that at all. But Tim Pool has had some very choice words for me, which were trending last night on X. And I would like to share that to you because he thinks it's an act of bravery to attack me in this moment. So take a listen to Tim Pool.
Candace Owens is a f***ing evil scumbag. She is a degenerate. She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you told me? She has no security. She doesn't deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these conservatives out there that send me these messages have no balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't DM me like I did something for you as you cower, as you cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which he's doing to me right now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors shouldn't give two no one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my property, and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere.
I don't believe it.
Strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who try to live there. How the am I even supposed to sell this property?
So there's a lot to unpack there. First and foremost, what you are seeing right there is on a display of testosterone. Men that speak to women like this are not tough guys.
No, he lying.
Like I did something for you.
So if she lying, why are people believing her? I mean, how are you giving Candace Owens so much power if she's not telling the truth? Why would people be attacking you if she's not telling the truth? So which one is it? Is she a threat? Is she a liar? Is she, I mean, why? Why are they coming after you? I mean, huh? Why are you so angry? You acting just like you acted like somebody shot up your home. Where's the police report? I mean, but you can fake that too. But hell, you instead of you being online screaming, Candace, why she's gonna make us lose the election midterm? It's gonna her fault. No, it's your sorry dick sucking PDFer that you all up in his ass fault. And that y'all gonna now also you must be invested in the New World Order. Yeah. You like sacrificing kids. Yeah, so you mad. Yeah. I mean, you have gave her a lot of power. So does that mean that people are believing her? Absolutely, because the dots connect. And that bullshit y'all putting out, that fake propaganda that people have been believing, but they're not believing it anymore. You hate because she's number one. So you are pulling a stunt we see all the time in the Mo3 sector. You're going after the person who has numbers to direct people over to you. Boo, if she don't play you, I'm not going to go to where you are. You're going to have to be on somebody's platform that I watch. I wouldn't watch him. I just wouldn't. You acting. Yeah, and you putting her life in danger because you mad she's exposing y'all. It's the exposery. Absolutely. Y'all swindled that man out of his business and unalived him. And y'all all knew it. Y'all were in on the deal. He had to go. He was about to mess up everything. Absolutely. And now you worried. That sounds like worry more than jealousy to me, but it may be some of both. But worried, oh yeah. It didn't get this intense until she started connecting the dots to the military, the Egyptian plane to military bases. Then it was like, oh shit. Then they started doing the Fred Sanford, grabbing their heart. Oh, this is a big one. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Who is giving her this information? Absolutely. The panic is on. You are doing the same shit almost as Trump. Because he know the shit is about to hit the fan. Absolutely. Yeah. Y'all should have left him alone. And if he didn't want to support the devil, he had every right to rebuke the devil and turn from his wicked ways of thinking. And he did it at the very end. And because he did it publicly, y'all all agreed to take him out.
She's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you told me? She has no security. She doesn't deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer.
What? Why would they be discussing her security? She has to know security, so she don't know what y'all have to deal with. Surely y'all have security. Y'all had that guy that was standing right on the side of Charlie Kirk and behind him. Hell, use him. Yeah. Use the security that y'all hired, that guy who said she just showed a picture of. Yeah. Yeah, use him. Hell, do you have military in your background? Mr. Poole? Yeah. Y'all have access to it. So if she got one fat guy, okay. She got one fat guy. Hopefully he's a sharpshooter. Hopefully he is formerly military. Oh yeah. The more y'all mess with her, the deeper the evidence comes to her. You know why? Because y'all have been exposed. Period. Y'all been exposed. The intel she's getting is coming from military or federal employees. Yeah, Donnie. Ain't that about a bitch? What you talking about? Very. They having panic. And y'all tell me she don't even have security. Why y'all talking about this woman's security? Y'all said that y'all sent her. Y'all said she gonna put a red beam on her, and soon that you gonna gut her. You know, and her guts gonna. I mean, you made it gory, just horrible. And she called y'all bluff and came on live. Now you crying. You and Trump. Y'all Trump babies, Trump lovers, or Trump babies. Y'all whine like bitches. Yeah. You crying like a absolutely crying like a biatch. Who nigga just left? Get over it. Get over it. She outsmarted y'all. The intel is coming. Yeah, and the more you talk that shit, the more she gonna sit over here and look like, yeah, I got you. And guess what? I got more. Y'all shouldn't have told her she was lying about Charlie. Y'all should not have told her she was lying about her best friend. Then you said she don't have no friends. Well, hell, y'all don't either. Charlie has some, but did he? Hell no. Y'all was okay with taking him out. So what good are friends when y'all crooked and dirty and trifling? Backstab. Snakes. Snakes on the plane. Snakes on the military plane. Yeah. Yeah. I know you are scared. Yeah. But y'all, that was a game. And then she had somebody on there showing that the gun y'all said was used, it was a lie. Oh, Lord. Y'all might as well let Tyler Robinson go. Hell, that wasn't his gun. Hell, what type of gun you use, Fool? What type of gun you use? We need to check your artillery because you boogeyman mad. What you boogeyman mad at a female for? Huh? She getting too close? Oh, shit. Yeah, you having heart palpitations and shit because she getting too close. Hell, if I was shysty and dirty like that, hell, I would be nervous too. Go change your drawers. You got on diapers like Trump? Y'all scared, baby. Ooh-wee. 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 Yeah, God is about to expose y'all. Point blank, period. He's showing up and showing out. He said, trust in the Lord with all thy heart and lean not to thy own understanding. And all thy ways acknowledge him, and he will send to you who you need to. He ain't say that. I just added my own little twist to it. But he will direct your path, and he will send to you who you need to be sent to with what you need. It's called a blessing. Said the prayers of the righteous availeth much. See, y'all feel entitled. Y'all have forgot this crap is whitewashed. Y'all are not superior. Y'all are not superior. And y'all stealing and playing with kids. So I pray to God, reveal all who is involved. Expose the devil and his workers. Expose them and protect Candace. Protect Harry. Protect them. And set the captive free. No weapon formed against Candace shall prosper. It'll form. It'll try to harm. But let it fall by the wayside. Who is Frank? I don't remember Frank. Not right off. So much as God is good. Oh, yes. Ain't nothing like praying to God and God answering your prayers. And it is by the grace of God. I'm telling you, he'll take you to the edge. And then all of a sudden, everything you need will be presented to you. A phone call, for her, an email. It's just how he works. Nobody gets the credit but God. And Lord, we thank you. We thank you. We thank you. Let me show y'all before I go about Frank just arrived in the chat. Hi, Frank. I didn't see you. Frank, good night, Auntie. How was your day? My day was good. Last night, in the midnight hour, I reached 50K subscribers. And it is by the grace of God that people came my way. People came my way and subscribed. And Lord, I thank you. I thank you. And I thank all of y'all. Absolutely. I thank you. Let's finish this up.
And all of these conservatives out there that send me these messages have no balls to call her out. Bag. She is a...
Hold up. They did try to call her out until... Oh, yeah, they was on your bandwagon. They was trying to call her out until she started pulling out them receipts. Yeah, she said, oh, okay, you want to play? You want to play? You want to rumble with the bee? I'm going to sting you every time. Yeah. 10. Come out and play. Yeah, she warriors. Yeah, she called you out to play. You took the bait. You said she was lying. She said, oh, so I'm lying? Holla, holla, holla. Holla, holla, holla. So I'm a liar? Holla. Yeah, can we put a little wager on it? Oh, so he wasn't leaving, pro-Israel. Oh, he wasn't having second thoughts. Thank you. Thank you, Frank. You wasn't having second thoughts. Holla. Bam. And she started popping, bam. Popping the receipts on your foreheads like y'all playing spades. And she just pop. Pop that, yeah, make that card go pop. How you like me now? Oh, yeah, so, yeah, they was on y'all bandwagon. Until she started popping that ass. Yeah, get your ass up. Talking to you like she just whooped your ass. Get your ass up. What y'all know about that? If you don't pop, get your ass up. You knew better than to sit down with me in the first place. Absolutely. Yeah, that's me when I play for real. Yeah, they done banned me from playing spades. I was whooping ass so bad. But that's how she got pop that card, put it on his forehead, put it on his forehead, and let him play, and then popped that ass. Pop goes the Weasel. Yeah, they was believing y'all until y'all doubted her. Y'all played in her face. Yeah, and she pulled them receipts out. So ain't shit y'all can do but dodge her. Y'all can't debate her. You can't debate her, because she gonna eat y'all asses up and expose every damn thing that y'all done lied about. Yeah, and so you want people to come join you. Yeah, after you done got caught lying. Yeah, and you want people to come join you and lie with you. And they like, oh, no, dog, Candace got hurt. She got receipts. She been knowing him longer than I mean, nah, I ain't gonna be able to do that. The more you lie and do this shit, the more she gonna expose you. Every time y'all say something out of line, she gonna be like, oh, okay, here's the receipts. You ain't played in years. I ain't played in years either. Yeah, but when I do, pop. Absolutely. Pop that ass.
She's making everyone else suffer, and all of these...
How is she making people suffer? She didn't unalive Charlie Kirk. She didn't leave him when he... How is she making other people suffer? It's just the things that you were saying. It is just crazy. She not telling the truth. So how is she making y'all suffer? Only thing that would make you suffer is that she's exposing the truth and she getting too damn close. God damn, where's she getting this shit from? How she know? It gotta be somebody on the inside. Well, hell, wasn't it somebody on the inside that backdoored Charlie? Not Charlie. Charlie? Yeah. It was an inside job. Y'all was all in cahoots. Yeah, but everybody wasn't on board. Everybody wasn't on board. So yeah, everybody looking at y'all because y'all lying. And she gonna continue to eat y'all asses up. And you can't handle it. Because you know she got receipts. And now you looking dumb. You looking dumb. How she is making everybody suffer. What type of fracker-knacker? Did Charlie not suffer? Did any of his homies try to save his life? Well, she wasn't there to save it. But she is here now to get justice for him, to expose the ones who were involved. Not one of y'all. Y'all sit there and let him suffer. If what y'all say is true. Yeah, so what's the difference? Didn't apply pressure. No. She got evidence of what would have happened. So who had the smart? Who had the phone, or who had the device? Who had the little designator, something small caliber, something? Yeah, microphone rigged. Who? Cause it wasn't nobody on the roof. Not with the gun that y'all said was used. Oh hell no. So you making your own self suffer. If she lying, let her lie. Y'all lie all the time anyway, so what's the difference? And nothing happened to y'all, so I guess ain't nothing gonna happen to you. Right?
Piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer, and all of these conservatives out there that send me these messages have no balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't DM me like I did something for you as you cower, as you cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which he's doing to me right now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm done with these people.
She has security.
What people?
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy.
What people? What people you done with? Your friends? What people? Because she one person. What people? The people who was supposed to be down with you? The people who took out Charlie Kirk? I mean, what people? The military? President? Eric? Trump? I mean, who? Tell it on them. Tell it. Tell it. Tell it. Get your drawers on credit. Who you talking about? Foolish. Foolish. They probably
You mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. Shouldn't give two no one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy. And she doesn't give a about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my property and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere. And I got strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who trying to live there. How the am I even supposed to sell this property?
So did they shoot at you or they shot at the people who was at the house trying to buy it? I mean, which one? Get your story straight, boy. You're changing too much.
Unpack there. First and foremost, what you are seeing right there is not a display of testosterone. Men that speak to women like this are not tough guys, okay? What you are seeing is actually a display of estrogen. Everything he is doing there
is emotional.
Somebody who is not a man, he is not tough, and he would never dare to speak to a man like that, right? People that find that very easy. Secondly, Tim Pool doesn't even have the intellect to understand that we put him in the thumbnail because he accused me in a full episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, which we showed and contextualized, of being someone who benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination. So he thinks he's being accused. No, you accused me of that in like a actually, I think it was 2-hour episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, in which Milo defended me and explained that I am not to blame for the lame excuses that the feds have given us regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination, and that if we do need to have some spiritual searching in terms of what the Republican Party has become, that the time for that is now. Okay? So this
what's that old church song? What's that old church song of the benediction? Come unto Jesus while you have time. Yeah, you need to come up to Jesus, make up your mind. Yeah, y'all need to you need to give your life to Christ. Yeah. He will make your life brand new. Yeah, you need the Lord. You need the Lord. Absolutely. Before it's too late. You need to denounce the devil, pro-Israel, and turn your life around. I got my hand out for you. Ain't that how they do? Come on to Jesus while you have time. Come on. He talking to you, Tim. Come on to Jesus. Make up your mind. Come on. Come on, Tim. Come on, baby. Come on. Give your life to Christ. Let him work it out for you. Yeah, it's time for y'all to surrender. Stop playing with the devil. He gonna leave you hanging. Yeah. He laughing at you. Yeah, you need to come on to Jesus. Yeah, because the way you going out, they gonna think you a threat. Yeah, and they gonna take you out. The same way they took out Charlie Kirk. Come on, baby. Come on up to Jesus. Come on, come on, come on. Give your life to Christ. Come in the house. Come in the house. I can't remember the words. I can't remember the words. I can't remember the words. I come into the house. Yeah. Yeah, that's what that is. This is the pressure of the Lord. He's saying, yeah, it's time for you to surrender. He said, my yoke is easy and my burdens are light. He ranting and he's scared. I'm trying to get the invitation to Christ. It's time for him to give his life over to the Lord. He's scared. He worried. He ran and raving. I'm taking him to the Lord. Come on, baby. Come on to Jesus. It's the benediction. Ain't that when you ask the non-believers to give their life to Christ? Yeah, stop blaming her. Yeah, stop blaming her. Stop cussing out everybody and give your life. Look at her. She looking like, come on. And her AunTeaFee up here giving the invitation to Christ. And she's like, it's not my baby. Yes. What you mad for? Get it to the Lord.
And contextualized being someone who benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination.
There's a leak in this old building. And I'm glad about it. Yeah, I know that one. I'm glad.
I am not to blame for
you sure are not
excuses that the feds have given us regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination, and that if we do need to have some spiritual searching in terms of what the Republican Party has become.
That's what we talking about, a spiritual awakening. So that's why I gave him I gave the invitation to Christ. That's where it came from, Big Pressure. How you doing? A spiritual awakening. It's time to turn from your wicked ways. Yeah, leave that pro-Israel shit alone. They over there sacrificing, drinking blood, taking kids to the altar of a big ass owl with horns on his head. Oh yeah, you need the Lord, baby, because the devil will lead you when you need him. You like, what? This is what you talk, huh? Hello, yeah, a spiritual awakening.
Some spiritual searching in terms of what the Republican Party has become. That the time for that is now.
Okay? Right. So that's how we got here. She said the time is now. So I did the right hand of fellowship, stretched my hand out and asked them, is anybody in the building that would like to give their life to Christ? Is that not what I'm supposed to do? Yes. Big Pressure, been preaching. Reverend Big Pressure been preaching to us for 3 months that it is spiritual warfare. Hello, Big Pastor, Reverend Deacon Big Pressure been preaching spiritual warfare for 3 months. So here I am, evangelist sister AunTeaFee, giving is there anybody in the house that would like to give their life to Christ? The time is now. She started preaching. Evangelist Candace started preaching. I'm just doing my part. Spiritual awareness, a spiritual awakening. The time is now. Make up your mind. Yeah. Reverend Brother Deacon, Big Pressure.
I really like, he's a small person for this. A very small person who's also theatrical. Timothy Smollett. Hello. Pretends every year like people are trying to kill him. He's a chronic offense. A man like that, right? People that find that very easy. Secondly, Tim Pool
the honorable
even had the intellect to understand that we put him in the thumbnail because he accused me.
Yeah, the devil forgot.
Episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, which we showed.
Praise the Lord.
Contextualized of being someone who benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination. So he thinks he's being accused. No, you accused me of that in like a
He forgot,
2-hour
Sister
episode in
Evangelist.
in which
He
Milo
forgot.
defended me and explained that I am not to blame for the lame excuses that the feds have given us regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination, and that if we do need to have some spiritual searching in terms of what the Republican Party has become, that the time for that is now. Okay?
Yes,
So
Lord.
this little, and I really like, he's a small person for this, a very small person who is also theatrical, Timothy Smollett, who pretends every year like people are trying to kill him. He's a chronic fence sitter, okay? Pretending like he's braving the wilderness for being what? The 110,000th person who's making a video about Candace Owens in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. He thinks
Candace,
he's pioneering
Jasmine,
that.
Marjorie need a team up and join the new independent party. We all been fooled by politics.
Call
Yep.
Kanye West anti-Semitic. Like that's what he's pioneering right now. Oh my gosh, so original.
I give my
Is he going to call
life
Donald Trump evil in
tomorrow.
2016? This is the storm that he's braving, is jumping on the side of what everyone else is doing. He is a fundamentally weak man for what he did there. He should apologize. He won't. I don't care what happens to his platform. He's now essentially trying out because he's under financial pressure. He's trying out for Zionists to pay him, and they will. Okay, they will cut him a check, and I hope it happens for you, Tim. I hope it makes you happy. But to do that to someone who has never done anything to you other than disagree with you about the Charlie Kirk narrative, I have not focused my content on you, and anytime your name has come up, it's been because you have explicitly been attacking me. You are a coward. You are less than a man. Okay? You are behaving. Your type right there.
Thank you.
Is like
Keep
a
it
person
moving.
who's having financial issues and yet decides to go.
Oh, his money funny? Holla. As much stealing their asses been doing his money funny? Oh, I was trying to sing, oh, his money funny? So since y'all look how she looking. She looking like, oh, AunTeaFee, you didn't know? Oh, you didn't know? Oh, yeah, his money funny, honey. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. His money funny. Turning Point USA, them numbers been dropping. They ain't got nobody to go out there and speak, really. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. He said he can't sell his house. Oh, my God. She done messed up your money. And you can't sell that house. We gonna lose the midterms if we don't get her out. Yeah. Protect her, Lord. Cover her. Be a fence all around her. Absolutely.
He thinks he's pioneering that? Are you out of your mind? It's only the safest thing you can do. What's next? Is he gonna make a video and call Kanye West anti-Semitic? Like that's what he's pioneering right now. Oh my gosh, so original.
Blaming her for messing up people's lives. Exactly.
Trump evil in 2016. This is the storm that he's braving, is jumping on the side of what everyone else is doing. He is a fundamentally weak man for what he did there. He should apologize. He won't. I don't care what happens to his platform. He's now essentially trying out because he's under financial pressure. He's trying out for Zionists to pay him, and they will. Okay, they will cut him a check, and I hope it happens for you, Tim. I hope it makes you happy.
Oh, so he clowning for the Zionist chick. That's $7,000 that they pay. Oh, okay. So this is yeah, the Zionist Screen Actors Guild. So he acting. I would tell the story then.
Jumping on the side of what everyone else is doing. He is a fundamentally weak man for what he did there. He should apologize. He won't. I don't care what happens to his platform. He's now essentially trying out because he's under financial pressure. He's trying out for Zionists to pay him, and they will. Okay, they will cut him a check, and I hope it happens for you, Tim. I hope it makes you happy. But to do that to someone who has never done anything to you other than disagree with you about the Charlie Kirk narrative.
And they say Nick is a Zionist too.
Has come up, it has been because you have explicitly been attacking me. You are a coward. You are less than a man. Okay? You are behaving. Your type right there is like a person who's having financial issues and decides to go out and put 100K on a poker game, and when he loses and is a further 100K in the hole, comes back home and beats his wife and kids. That's how you're acting right now. I'm not your wife. I'm not.
Shots fired. Pew, pew. Shots. Oh, you said somebody shot at you. Okay. Okay, well, let me help you on YouTube. Shots fired. Now, that hit you. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. You say they missed you at your house, baby. She caught you right there. Yeah, you done gambled all your money. Scared to go home and tell your wife that all of the money is gone. And she start looking at you crazy, saying, what are we going to do? I knew I should have left you long time ago. You's a loser. You a loser on the table, and you a loser at home too. I don't know what I saw in you, loser, but you about to lose me too. And he start beating her. What? And then she look up at you and say, that's what I expect from you. You a loser on the table. You a loser in your house. And you a loser for putting your hands on me. But if you touch me one more time, you gonna lose your life. Shots fired. Oh, wow. 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 Okay, Candace. Dang, girl. Shanae? We knew you had it up in you, girl. Shanae, Alizé Jenkins. God dang. You here below the belt. Hell, I thought I hit below the belt. Shit. You stinging me. Yeah, he gambled all the money away. And then say where we gonna stay.
Is jumping on the side of what everyone else is doing.
I can't handle it.
He is a fundamentally weak man for what he did there. He should apologize. He won't. I don't care.
Because he's a loser.
What happens to his platform? He's now essentially trying out because he's under financial pressure.
Trying out?
Trying out for a Zionist to pay him, and they will. Okay, they will cut him a check, and I hope it happens for you, Tim. I hope it makes you happy. But
you got to try out
someone who has never done anything to you other than disagree with you about the Charlie Kirk narrative. I have not focused my content on you, and any time your name has come up, it has been because you have explicitly been attacking me. You are a coward. You are less than a man. Okay, you are behaving. Your type right there is like a person who's having financial issues and yet decides to go out and put $100K on a poker game, and when he loses and is a further $100K in the hole, comes back home and beats his wife and kids.
And the kids?
That's how you're acting right now.
Holla. The wife and kids? Candace, take that back. Candace. Not the kids too. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Tim, go sit down. Tim, go sit down. 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 That's all I'm going to say. Go sit down. Don't get back up. She done beat the hell out you, and she done beat you up under the ropes. Yeah. She done beat you up under the ropes. I ain't gonna lie.
Actually trying out because he's under financial pressure.
Trying out
for a Zionist to pay him, and they will. Okay, they will cut him a check, and I hope it happens for you, Tim. I hope it makes you happy. But to do that to someone who has never done anything to you other than disagree with you about the Charlie Kirk narrative, I have not focused my content on you, and any time your name has come up, it has been because you have explicitly been attacking me. You are a coward. You are less than a man. Okay? You are behaving. Your type right there is like a person who's having financial issues and yet decides to go out and put $100K on a poker game, and when he loses and is a further $100K in the hole, comes back home and beats his wife and kids and thinks he's a tough guy. That's how you're acting right now. I'm not your wife. I'm not your kids. Get your affairs in order and stop blaming me, because I'm actually traversing down the path that hasn't been traveled by standing up and saying that something corrupt happened and Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And I don't care about your midterms. Okay? I don't care about your next year midterms and whether or not the Republican Party is united. Okay? Because I don't want to stand next to people that would cover up Charlie Kirk's assassination. I hope that I have made my point perfectly clear. We'll be back after a message from some of our sponsors.
Oh,
All
Lord.
right, you guys, it is getting cold outside. December is here. The weather is dry. If you are anything like me, your skin is $30 a month, which is like a 10 club. Make him a sandwich narrative. The movement. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy that. Signed copies of that are only available on Candace Owens.
Oh my God. Rick James, cold-blooded.
We have some new merch. I think we just went over that briefly on the website.
BTA. What is
Lastly,
BTA?
we'll get into some of
I can't
your
think.
comments. The top comment from yesterday's episode
Oh
was,
my
I
goodness.
love that quote-unquote Fed slop is becoming a mainstream vocabulary word. Yeah, I've
What's
noticed that too.
BTA?
Since we've been saying that's Fed slop.
Beat that ass.
Fed slop and deciding that they do not wish to consume it. Right? That's not what you want to consume.
She read him for filth.
Narrative. The comments from today's episode. I don't know my computer's okay. Never
Yeah, she read him for filth.
No, it's not.
Oh my.
Alyssa writes, Candace, you are teaching the world a new form of investigative journalism that it has never seen. You are impacting history in front of our eyes.
Absolutely.
The power of the collective is unstoppable, and you prove that daily. Sending prayers and love from Montana. I hope that is the reality, because I'm telling you, I trust Tennessee.
Yes, you are.
I trust the feds right now, and I'm trusting Tennessean men now to keep their eyes and their ears peeled, and I hope that I can be in safe hands that way, because Kash Patel is just not interested, and it is a struggle for me to believe that they didn't know about this French angle in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
I agree. It's hard
Allison Berry writes, no matter
to think that they didn't.
the lies or anyone's business saying about you investigating what happened, I want you to know that we, the people, are riding with you.
Absolutely.
All the way through. We know this corruption is multinational. Thank you for what you do. Yes, and I would like to encourage you guys to also get behind the people who are brave, are equally as brave. Right?
Absolutely.
Ryan Matta has been amazing on X. Melissa, I always tell you about Melissa. Mel is Village Crazy Lady. She does really great work. And I keep wrongly branding her. I'm laughing as a Catholic. A couple weeks ago, she's like, I'm not Catholic. I'm like, I am so sorry. I don't know why I thought she was Catholic. I made that up. Hopefully she will be sued, okay? That's what I will say to that. And she's doing a really great job, particularly focusing on that faith angle, because I do believe that the faith was the infiltration at Turning Point USA. And it is, by the way, a fact that in recent, in the last year, they even hired former cartel weapons traffickers at Turning Point USA who found God. Okay, so they were trafficking from Poland, USA. And it is, by the way, a fact that in recent, in the last year, they even hired former cartel weapons traffickers at branding.
Why would they be hiring?
A couple weeks ago, she's like, I'm not Catholic. I'm like, I am so sorry. I don't know why I thought
Why
she was
would
Catholic.
they be hiring cartel traffickers?
Hopefully she will be sued, okay? That's what I will say to that. And she's doing a really great job, particularly focusing on that faith angle, because I do believe that the faith was the infiltration at Turning Point USA. And it is, by the way, a fact that in recent, in the last year, they even hired former cartel weapons traffickers at Turning Point USA who found God. Okay, so they were trafficking from Poland through to Mexico,
Bibi Netanyahu,
and drugs, but then they found God.
Poland,
unemployment. Okay, I don't know what to make of that. Who am I to question somebody saying that they found God? But Arizona is quite
what God? Okay, we have to ask what God. We got to ask what God. What God? Because they think that big ass owl with the horns, whatever, the double horn head. One time it's an owl, one time it's this big old giant creature. You know, what God? Yeah, I need to hear what God you serve. God is just not good enough. I need to know what God. I mean, some of them think Bibi Netanyahu is a God. Some of these retarded ass people think that Donald Trump is a God. I mean, I need to know, is yours is all cap G-O-D, little D-O-G, is a G-A-W-D. I mean, what God are you serving? Yeah, I need, put a name on it. I need for you to put a name on your God. Yeah, put a name on it. Put a name on it. If you want us to believe you, you got to put a name on it. Yeah. Yeah, y'all play too many games. Y'all into trickery. Yeah, now. Say it. Say it loud and say it proud. Yeah. Confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus Christ. Say the Lord Jesus Christ. Yeah. Because if you don't say the Lord Jesus Christ, I'm not buying it. Yeah, y'all try to rewrite shit. Yeah, just like y'all think that y'all are entitled because you have identity theft and done stole some people's identity, and now you say you Jew. But where you from? When did you become one? Huh? One time Trump was a Christian, then he was Presbyterian, now he was, he is God, and now he said he Jew. Which one are you? So you think you entitled? Yeah. No, you got to if your inheritance, whatever bloodline, your bloodline is through Jesus Christ. He makes you holy. He makes you blood. Yeah. Not the blood of the little kids. No. Yeah. But the blood of Christ. I know it was the blood. Y'all remember that song? I know it was the blood. I know it was love. Oh, I can't hit that note tonight. Oh, one day when I was lost, he died upon the cross. I know it was love for me. That blood. Mm-hmm. That one.
USA. And it is, by the way, a fact that
Baptized.
in the last year, they even hired former cartel weapons traffickers at Turning Point USA who found God. Okay, so they were trafficking from Poland through to Mexico, weapons and drugs, and then they found God. Unemployment. I don't know what to make of that. Who am I to question?
Where you at? Where you stay, Miss?
Arizona is quite a place, and
what part of town are you in?
Happened, and when you get to a certain level in business, they offer you what they say. What is the expression? It's either the silver or the lead. You take the money, or you take the bullet. And I wonder if that was presented to Charlie. I wonder if that's why he was fearful the day before when he messaged people and said they are going to kill me. Who was he referring to? Do you guys believe?
Keep it moving. Are you a believer in Jesus? Oh, you said baptized in Jesus' name, amen. Okay. If you need a prayer partner. Grew up, let me see. Why grew up back east when he was a Democrat. Black West. Okay. Grew up in back east when he was a Democrat. People seem to forget. Yeah, he was a Democrat and talked bad about Republicans and said that they so dumb. Yeah, he said some bad stuff about it. He switched when he was no longer profitable for his shady dealings in real estate. I am in Fayette, Mississippi. Pressure for Mississippi. We need a prayer line. I'm gonna tell y'all something. No, me and Pressure didn't agree. A lot of what he said when this first popped off, it's coming to pass. But we did not agree about Charlie Kirk and his. I couldn't shake that. And I thank God for Pressure. I thank God for him. And I, I'm gonna be honest, and I respected him enough to carry on respectfully, even to listen. I'm gonna say I carried on respectfully to listen, to try to get an understanding of what was going on, because it was all unfamiliar. I just knew that it was some things that he was saying that did not add up. We did the memorial, respectfully. I'm sure he may not admit it, but it's some things that he learned, and some things that we learned, and we have just stayed the course. So shout out to all the T-steppers, and shout out to you, Pressure. Shout out to you. We was about to go. We was about to go at it. We was about to go at it, respectfully, and I think he also learned that we cared about Pressure. We care about you. We care about you. So shout out to you, Pressure. Shout out to you. Let's finish this up, y'all.
Third person on top of a rooftop.
Oh yeah, let me back that up.
I certainly don't. Maybe Tim Pool does. Coralia
If he's
Montalvo
still
writes,
here.
"May God be with you and your family, Candace. Keep." Hopefully,
That's why they ain't not investigating the men in that all black.
Particularly
I
focusing
remember
on that
a lot of
faith angle,
old church
because I
songs
do
here
believe that
lately.
the faith
They
was
are
infiltration at Turning Point USA, and it is,
Yep,
by the way, a
they are.
fact that in recent, in the last year, they even hired former cartel weapons traffickers at Turning Point USA who found God. Okay, so they were trafficking from Poland through to Mexico, weapons and drugs, but then they found God. unemployment. Like, okay, I don't know what to make of that. Who am I to question somebody saying that they found God? But Arizona is quite a place, and I worry about what happened. And,
they need to put a name
get
on
to
it.
a certain level in business, they offer you what they say. What is the expression? It's either the silver or the lead. You take the money, or you take the bullet. And I wonder if that was presented to Charlie. I wonder if that's why he was fearful the day before when he messaged people and said they are going to kill me.
When he denied the
Do you
money.
guys believe that it was a gendered person on top of a rooftop?
No.
I don't. I certainly don't. Maybe Tim Pool does. Coralia Montalvo writes, "May God be with you and your family, Candace. Keep telling the truth. You have a whole army supporting you." And by the way, like this guy proves, there are a lot of incredible men in the military. It is always at the top where corruption happens, and I hope that you take away from this that we are infiltrated as a nation. We have gangs that are controlling a lot, and that we
Bless you,
need to make our
Dorothy.
community smaller. We need to know who people are in our communities. We need to sense that stranger danger.
Bless you, Pressure.
Maybe not be so entertained.
Bless you, Pressure. And I love you. I love you and I thank you.
We need to become our
You
own.
you hear me? I love you and I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. We have learned so much. And I thank you and I really appreciate you. Okay? I really do.
CIA units or DCIA units in our own communities and share information. And yeah, I hope that's what we are pioneering here, because we certainly cannot trust the government to take care of us if they didn't take care of us.
Oh my God, and didn't we fight over that one? Oh Lord. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Y'all still trust the government? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. Hell to the no, no, no.
Maybe that's it. Maybe people are terrified. Maybe that's what they've known all along.
Lord.
Is that the cartels could have been involved in this? And yeah, that might be it. I don't know. It might be it. I'm just following.
Absolutely, they are.
Amanda Marias writes, "We love you, lady. I'm so sorry you're going through this. You have a whole..." Oh, I just read that. I'm sorry. Gracie Lou writes, "There is no TPUSA without Charlie. I've never seen such a group of disingenuous groups. The likes of Andrew, Blake, Mikey, Tyler, etc. It's heartbreaking on top of heartbreak. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Continued prayers for you and yours." Thank you so much. Mary Yvette writes, "Candace Security Fund." You know what? I actually said to my husband, like, we need to actually build our own security. We do, from the ground up. Like, we just need to build our own security and know who these people are and know everyone. And because this Brian Harpole thing is giving me a chill, and this Dan Flood stuff is giving me a chill, and maybe we will actually accept that offer and start a fund in the coming days, or in the coming weeks. I don't know how long it will take to put it together. I will run that to my husband. I actually think that is a good idea. I think we need to, this thing has really scared me, this French intelligence thing, and the lack of commentary from the White House. This thing is really far-reaching. The good and the true and the beautiful writes, "Go Max, Candace." Thank you so much. And this person writes, "What do you think Tim Pool's beanie smells like?" That is funny. I do not ever want to know the answer to that question. Lastly, P. Fagliano writes, "Wearing my Candace swag today." And and smiles, nothing negative.
Her volume goes in and out.
Yeah, I think we, the normal people who have decided to stay on the side of light, rather than to pledge a gang, we have never been more together. I love it. I love
absolutely. I agree.
Together. And I hate that it had to be chocolate, but I'm happy to be here, and I'm not going back to, like, what about the midterm? Shouldn't we just stay united and stand behind and sass it, like, you just be quiet? I'm not going back that way, and I hope you guys aren't either. Anyways, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bless you. Okay, now before I go, I want to show y'all before I forget, because, you know, something else will pop off in the morning. And, Lord, I will be all over the place somewhere else. However, ooh, come on, AunTeaFee, you 3 hours and 37 minutes in. Lord, have mercy. Why I was trying to listen and why I had to keep going back, because I took my butt over to now it was here, but I took my butt over into the prison. And these are the people that they had caught, that MS-13, when Trump let these people go. No, Morpheus 1, nope. We do not support PDFers. This is that game. And let me show y'all when hold on. One of these guys was, what did it say? Prepares
Trump
yourself.
administration officials said this afternoon that law enforcement officers in Northern Virginia took into custody a person they say is a top leader of the MS-13 gang. That arrest, as the administration prepares itself for a fight in court, having to do with its ability to deport people without due process. A judge will evaluate whether the administration acted improperly in expelling a group of Venezuelans. Trump administration officials said this afternoon that law enforcement officers in Northern Virginia took into custody a person they say is a top leader of the MS-13 gang. That arrest, as the administration prepares itself for a fight in court, having to do with its ability to deport people without due process. The judge will evaluate whether the administration acted improperly in expelling a group of Venezuelans. Trump administration officials said this afternoon that law enforcement officers in Northern Virginia took into custody a person they say is a top leader of the MS-13 gang. That arrest, as the administration prepares itself for a fight in court.
Yeah, that leader came over to the U.S., sat in their White House, made some deals with Trump, and he said, we're gonna be doing business together. I mean, and it was in Virginia. They caught him, had him.
My energy bill dropped from $100.
They was happy to have him.
My friends laughed at me when I spent $49.
Tonight, an alleged top MS-13 leader is in custody in Northern Virginia. The feds teaming up with state and local law enforcement in a major operation to take him down. Fox 5's Nanasenyo Bonsu in Woodbridge tonight with the details.
About a mile away from here in Dale City is where agencies, including the FBI, captured a suspect connected to MS-13. Tonight, the White House is calling this operation a successful apprehension. Just before 6 o'clock this morning, SWAT teams surrounded the home of 24-year-old Henry Villatoro Santos, believed to be one of the top 3 leaders of MS-13 on the East Coast.
They're one of the most dangerous gangs in our country.
The multi-agency operation led by the FBI blocked off Chippendale Circle. According to court documents, agents breached the front and back doors of the home, released a stun grenade before pulling the suspect out of the home. Authorities say they've had their eyes on his Dale City home where Santos lives with his mom for the entire month. Some of these agents are members of a special task force created by President Donald Trump. Their job is to locate and arrest illegal immigrants responsible for violent crimes in the country.
Over the last 4 weeks, we have gone to work untangling, gone to work putting together the cases and arresting these horrific criminals. These criminals that live in our neighborhoods.
I hope soon,
Neighbors we spoke with still
Aloha
can't believe
Kitty.
that a gang leader described as worst of the worst lived in their community.
We live in Prince William County.
Victor Angry is a Prince William County supervisor. The arrest happened in his district. We've taken a high-profile criminal off the streets. Santos was taken into custody on an outstanding immigration warrant. During the search of the home, officials say they found several firearms, ammunition, and 2 suppressors. I am very ecstatically happy with the performance of today's action, and that is another step in the goal of us and public safety. And tonight, Santos is being held at the Alexandria Adult Detention Center.
Okay, good people. And I remember when they were so happy that they had that man and they was ready
We're learning new
to
details
see
after the Justice Department
him
says one of the top MS
have him locked up and thought that he was finna get justice. And that man came to the White House, sat down with Trump, made some deals with him. Shortly after that, he started trying to send people over to Venezuela. U.S. people, immigrants, because, you know, why he didn't want to send them back to Mexico, I don't know. He was sending them far away. And then they had a little, you know, a disagreement. And ever since, Trump been blowing up they boats. Okay, good people. Good night. Good night. What time is it? 10:18. Good night. Because he's making it inconvenience as he can. Yeah, and because Obama didn't have his back. When they wanted, well, I can't think of that. The guy's name. I can't remember his name. That he's supposed to be a U.S. citizen. And the judge's order was not to deport him, and he deported him anyway. He did it like twice. And they said, return him. And Trump said, I don't have authority. And they called over there and talked to them people, and they said, oh, yeah, all he had to do was say, send him back. Baby. And Trump been pissed ever since with Venezuela. Stop sending them people over here. Okay, y'all hit the like button. I'll see y'all tomorrow. The reporter. What reporter? What reporter, Miss Tom? What reporter? Good night. Jesus loves you too. Oh, yes. What's that? Yes, Jesus loves me. Oh, yeah. Jesus. Was he a reporter? Love me. Was he a reporter? Hold on. Let me look him up. Yeah. Jesus love me. Oh, the Bible tears me so. Hold on. It's moving slow. It's safe to say Trump plugged is not from. Oh no, now it's gonna be Honduras. It's he was I think he was I don't know. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Let me find it. I just know. Yeah. Kilmar. Hold on. Let me get him up. Kilmar Garcia. Yeah, for some reason he wanted him to be tortured. Oh, and he deported him to Africa. Sure did. Yep. And he deported him to Africa. Oh, man. That's so messed up. Judge blocked it, and Trump sent him anyway. Sent him to Africa. I'm trying to see the most recent one. Let's go here.
And lawyers for the federal government were trying to pause the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia because of the ongoing shutdown, but a judge denied that request as both parties were back in a Maryland federal courtroom today, putting the high-profile case back in the spotlight. WJZ is live at 11 o'clock tonight. Our Ashley Paul spent the day in Greenbelt. And Ashley, after a day full of testimony, there are more questions than answers.
Trump not letting nothing come from Venezuela. Not your drugs, clothes, wigs. Yep, he cut him off.
Attorney spent most of the last hour.
Okay, let me go to the one when he went to Venezuela. He sent him to Venezuela. Now he in Africa. The military is in Africa. Didn't she bring up oh, what is this one? Say something about what did she say yesterday?
Good afternoon.
Angola.
I'm Simon Sandoval Moschenberg. I'm a partner with Murray Osorio, and I'm one of the counsel for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, together with the law firm of Quinn Emanuel. Today's hearing was sort of conducted in two parts. First, we heard the witness testimony of a high-level official from the Department of Homeland Security, ICE. The witness was ordered to come and answer one very basic question, which is, if the country of Costa Rica has offered refugee status to Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and Kilmar Abrego Garcia has signed a form indicating that he is willing to accept deportation to Costa Rica to receive refugee status there, why hasn't that happened? Prior to today's hearing, the judge ordered that the witness be prepared to answer that question. And today, for the sixth time over the course of this litigation, the witness was unable to answer that question because the witness didn't even prepare. He just said, I talked to some folks at the State Department. They said we can't do it. I don't know why. I don't know what the basis of that. I don't know anything at all. So the fundamental question of why the government is insisting on protracted legal battles to send Mr. Abrego Garcia across the Atlantic Ocean to now 4 different African countries, when there is a Central American country that has already offered him refugee status. The central question goes unanswered yet again by the government, and it leaves a bitter taste in the mouth of retaliation. right? I can't think of any reason why we're still fighting out this case and why he's still behind bars in a detention center in Pennsylvania when the government could have sent him to Costa Rica months ago, a country that has offered him protection. And Costa Rica, of course, is a country that has a long history of offering refugee status to people from throughout Latin America over the course of the past century. So we then turn to oral argument on the merits of the two issues in the case. One, have the procedures that the government afforded Mr. Abrego Garcia been sufficient under the Constitution? And then two, can the government continue to keep him locked up? There's this issue in the case, which is that in 2019, when Mr. Abrego Garcia was still going through legal proceedings in front of an immigration judge in Baltimore, he received an order from an immigration judge granting him withholding of removal to El Salvador, essentially saying, you may not be deported to El Salvador because I find it's more likely than not that you'll be persecuted and tortured there. That, of course, was the order that was violated in March when he was sent to El Salvador anyway. But in any event, that order, was technically deficient, right? It didn't check all the boxes that it would have necessarily had to check to allow the government to remove him to any other country because it didn't have a removal order attached to it. So a lot of the discussion today was about essentially, well, what if the judge determines, the government was saying, well, we should imply that there was a removal order there from context. And our argument, of course, is unless there's a piece of paper that says removal order, there's no removal order. And so a lot of the questions that the judge had was, well, what if I agree with you that there's no removal order? What's the context of that?
He cut them off
so the judge is going to
because they told on him.
Of course, as always, we don't have a timeline. The injunction preventing his removal stays in place while the judge issues her decision. And then if she grants the habeas corpus petition, which is to say she orders him released from ICE detention, she explained that she'll schedule another status conference to discuss whether the injunction against removal should be released. So there's a lot of different ways this could all end up, but we are confident that, at the end of the day, the judge will find reason in our arguments that no matter what the government wants to keep doing with him at this point, they can't continue to keep him locked up unnecessarily while they try to do it. That, after all, at the end of the day, this is a habeas corpus petition. Habeas corpus is the great writ. It's mentioned in the Constitution, the writ of the habeas corpus shall not be suspended. And what habeas corpus is a challenge to detention. And so we're very, very hopeful that we will win a release from detention. And then what comes after that, I guess we'll all have to see.
May I ask you a question? The cross-examination of the witness today, were you, for the people at home who would watch it, it sounds like your team was alleging this guy was put in this temp job simply to do what he was told, electronically sign this order, the language the State Department lawyer told him to use, having no idea anything about Mr. Abrego Garcia's case previously. Is that what you were? Is that what you believe?
Mr. Cantu was very candid with the court, and
the plug.
No qualms about.
It's a move. It's a show called The Plug. I think
as a mouthpiece for a State Department lawyer who told him what to say.
Master P.
And he didn't pretend.
If my memory serves me,
he didn't pretend to know something that we then had to break him down in cross-examination and get him to admit that he didn't know it. He admitted candidly, even on direct examination from the government lawyer, Mr. Gwynn, that he had no personal knowledge and he was just writing down in a declaration what he was told to write down. And so, we thank him and we appreciate that he was so candid with the court. And as a result of that, the court essentially explained that yet again, for the third time in court and the sixth time, if you want to count the 3 depositions, there's witnesses who don't actually know anything who are just repeating what they're told to say.
The judge said something about how she won't reach the motion to dissolve. Could you explain that piece?
Right now, there's an injunction prohibiting him from being removed from the United States. The government has requested that that injunction be lifted so that they can remove him to Liberia or whatever 5th African country they come up with next. That injunction will now stay in place pending the decision on the habeas corpus, and then after the decision on the habeas corpus, there will be a status conference in which she'll decide whether to lift the injunction on removal.
Can you clarify, at one point she said something about this could go both ways, seemingly indicating that if you restart the clock on his status, he could be sent to a fourth, as you said, fifth country?
If the judge ultimately decides that he doesn't have a removal order, then he can't be removed, unless and until they go back to immigration court. Essentially, it would be starting all over again in the manner that was done in 2019, right? They'd have to serve him with charging papers, take him before an immigration judge. He'd have the opportunity to apply for asylum yet again. The problem that existed in 2019, that he did not apply for asylum within 1 year of arrival in the United States, would not exist, right? So he'd have an open path to apply for asylum in the United States. And we'd go from there and see what happens. It essentially would wipe out everything, and we'd be starting again from square zero.
Can you explain why the judge focused a lot on her jurisdiction and how they had to do it?
Yeah, I mean, the government's main argument in this case from day one has been, whatever happens in the immigration system, whatever happened to him, whatever happens generally, federal district courts don't have anything to say about it. They don't have jurisdiction to tell the immigration authorities what they can and can't do, to review actions by the immigration authorities, to order immigration authorities to bring someone back, not to deport someone, et cetera, et cetera. So of course she has to take those arguments very seriously and determine whether she even has power to hear this case before deciding the case. So that's what is being referred to with regards to jurisdiction.
The last time you were anywhere here, you spoke with Mr. O'Reilly.
We're speaking with him on at least weekly basis, sometimes more often than that, and he's quite anxious. I mean, it's the prospect of being sent to Liberia and then just being dumped there with, being told that it'll be temporary. I think, the word temporary can have a lot of different meanings, right? It could mean a week, it could mean a month, it could mean a year. But in any event, it's very anxiety producing for him. So he's very anxious about the results of all this.
What does it mean to have another president representing different political politics or immigration right now when you represent one man?
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember that this is not something that Mr. Abrego Garcia chose, right? He didn't choose to become an activist. He didn't choose to become the face of, a movement, right? He was snatched off the street when he was going to pick up his 5-year-old from daycare by surprise, and then he was put on a plane without being told where the plane was going, right? And then when he gets off the plane, he realizes he's in El Salvador, and then he's frog marched into the CCOT torture center where first thing they did is forcibly shave his head and then beat him all night. Right, so,
Lord.
This case has always been about the government's trying to prove that they can do whatever they want, whenever they want, to whomever they want, and judges in black robes have nothing to say about it. That's the legal principle that the government is trying to use this case to vindicate. And of course, the flip side of that coin is, our legal contention is that no, in fact, due process applies to all persons within the United States, whether citizen or non-citizen, whether they first entered legally or illegally, whether they have, asylum, or whether they just have a removal order and withholding a removal or no removal order, that due process applies to all. That's been the legal principle that we're trying to vindicate through this litigation.
Can I ask a totally, regular person question? This is not the first hearing like this where I've heard this judge be really angry and rip the government apart. But if you have kids, you can't, if there's no consequence, they're just going to keep
I don't know.
And she kept saying, I told you, you got to have somebody here, and then they didn't send the right one again and again. And today I was shocked that they said enough. Is there any recourse for the court? Is there any sort of consequence? Is it considered defying a judge's order that she said bring a witness who can say this, and then they bring a witness who can't?
Yeah, we filed a motion for sanctions and contempt in the first litigation, the case that was filed sort of immediately after he was first removed to El Salvador. That motion is still pending. I think the judge has very reasonably decided, let me deal with the emergency issues before me about, does this man need to stay locked up, or can I order his release? Is this man going to get deported to Liberia, or can I keep him here in the United States? I think the judge has very reasonably decided to sort of take those issues up first. But she did mention today that she is, cognizant of the fact that there's a sanctions and contempt motion still pending.
Please, you can say the Spanish language.
El día de hoy, por literalmente sexta vez en este caso, llegó un oficial del Departamento de Seguridad Interna que no supo decir nada sobre la cuestión fundamental en este caso, que es lo siguiente. Si Costa Rica le haya ofrecido a Kilmar Abrego García estatus de refugiado, que es un estatus permanente, de protección permanente, y Kilmar Abrego García ya firmó un formulario diciendo que está dispuesto de aceptar que le deporten a Costa Rica.
What he's saying, y'all?
Entonces, ¿por qué estamos aquí todavía peleando que si lo pueden deportar a allá el cuarto país africano, que es Liberia?
Oh, I guess we can go.
Peleando esto. ¿Por qué el hombre sigue
Is he repeat?
tras las rejas?
Thank you, hot chocolate. I'm great. How are you? Thank you. Thank you.
No supo contestar eso. No tuvo ninguna respuesta a esta pregunta. Entonces la jueza dijo.
It's the female judge. Hooray, hooray. Thank you.
Ante esta corte y va a determinar el caso de una vez. Obviamente no tenemos fecha para cuál va a ser su decisión. Y esas no son cosas que vienen de un día para otro ni de una semana para otra, pero vamos a tener finalmente una decisión sobre las
Don't be bringing up Obama. Don't be don't bring up Obama.
A un país que completamente desconoce, sin ni siquiera un juez de inmigración tener nada que ver con el
Thank you.
Pueden deportar a Liberia, África, de una manera
I heard Africa.
Sin proceso judicial. Y dos, si él tiene que seguir detenido o si puede salir libre y regresar a Maryland, donde le está esperando su esposa, que es ciudadana estadounidense, su hijo nacido acá, si él puede regresar con su familia. Entonces, esto es la decisión que vamos a tener de la jueza.
¿Cuáles son las expectativas?
Okay, good people. I will see y'all tomorrow.
Bueno, vamos a ver qué es lo que decide, pero yo tengo mucha confianza de que la jueza va a reconocer de que
He's saying Garcia was led into America under Democratic authority. Good night.
Entonces, vamos a ver qué es lo que decide la jueza.
Oh, under Obama. See, I knew I heard Obama.
¿Cómo así? No entiendo. Estamos aquí bajo un procedimiento de habeas corpus. Es correcto. Okay, all right, thanks very much.
Okay, y'all. Thanks very much. Thank you. Good night. And don't let the Trump bug bite. Because, he got that diaper on. I'm sure he got flies and mosquitoes and shit flying around. Ooh, I bet you it's funky. Ooh, I bet you that diaper need to be changed. He ought to be ashamed of his funky self. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Y'all, please hit the like button as you leave. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Did I? I don't know if I sent that over there. Please hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate it. Like, share, and subscribe. Join the membership. Become a tea sipper and sip the good tea. Ooh, it'd be hot, baby. It'd be hot. It'd be hot, hot, hot. And again, thank you, everyone who has subscribed and helped me to reach, hold on, that 50K mark. Let me see what it's saying. Ooh. Let's see what's popping, what's happening, what it do. I want to say thank you. Let me see. It could have been me. Let me see. There it go. Thank you, Lord, for all you've done for me. There it go. There it go, y'all. There it go. It could have been me. Thank you. Thank you. Look at AunTeaFee. Look at AunTeaFee. That old lady. That old lady. That old lady. Good night, y'all. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate you. Every last one of you. Who is your president plug? A question. It's always the question and your answer. Your president plug. I don't know nothing about that person. That went way over my head. Thank you, Mimi. They be thinking it's gonna get up under my skin. Wrong answer. Okay, y'all. Good. I don't have no plug. Okay, good night. Good night, sweet people. Good night.